Check, 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 test, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, check, test, 1, test, 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking, 1, 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. Test, 1 hen, 2 ducks, 3 squawking geese.
That's fine. There's a low hum in the background. So. Yeah, listen to it. You can turn it off.
Check, test, test, test. Check, check. Check, check.
Okay, did you?
Okay. So I am clean between all the devices. Check, test, 1 hen, 2 ducks.
Turn it off until. Yeah, it's clean now.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Dr. Mildred Coyne, Chair of the Commission. We are at Lake Mary, Florida, and today is October 26th, 2022. I would like to begin by welcoming our new Executive Director, Meredith Pelton.
Thank you.
Ms. Pelton was appointed as Executive Director on August 15th, 2022, and Mr. Sam Ferguson was appointed as Executive Director Emeritus, so we thank them both for their service to the Commission. Thank you also, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
As a reminder, this meeting was originally scheduled for September 29th, 2022, but was postponed due to the hurricane. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of those that are still struggling with the aftermath of that storm. And Ms. Hood, we would like you to now please call the roll.
Dr. Coyne.
Yes, present.
Mr. Williams.
Present.
Hardy. Dr. Stefano.
Present.
Sharon Taylor Ellis. Ms. Whitaker.
Present.
And Mr. Cross.
Present.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not already done so, please turn your phones to silent. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag led by Sam Ferguson. All right, so the Commission begins its meetings with the introductions of those in attendance. Brandon Eldridge, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors?
Stephen Ikello, Istituto Marangoni, Fashion Design School in Miami.
Giorgio Invernizzi, Istituto Marangoni, Miami.
Joe DePiro, Istituto Marangoni, Miami.
Maria Bana, Instituto Marangoni, Miami.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Educational Consultants, representing University of Fairfax.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consultants.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Karen Martin Brown from Dragon Rises College in Gainesville, Florida.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Miguel Carrillo, Executive Director of Pan American University, Miami.
Good morning, my name is Marisabel Nájera, Pan American University, Miami.
Good morning, my name is Sergio Mendez, Pan American University, Miami.
Good morning, my name is Nathan Adams, I'm partner with the law firm of Holland & Knight, our education team, and chair of the Florida Bar Education Law Committee.
Good morning. My name is Unsa Ashur from International University of Leadership, Orlando.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Drucker, and I'm with Florida Career College.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Guillermo Rivera. I represent Doral College. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Dr. Joshua Padron, Executive Director for West Coast University in Doral.
Good morning. Warren Ross, President of University of Medicine, Health Sciences, St. Kitts.
Good morning. Beverly Bonaparte, Nursing Consultant, International Nursing Solutions.
Good morning. Maggie Goldstein, West Meridian Central College, Sarasota, Florida.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Monica Coronel, and I represent St. Colf University in Weston.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Marie Jean Gilles, Brilliant Academy Health Center in Orlando, not in the agenda.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Carolyn Scott with University of Fairfax.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Miller with Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning. Erica Simmons with Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning. Linda Piccarello, Riggs College, Allied Health.
Good morning, Martin Acevedo with Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning, Janie Bailey, Nexus University.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Diony Antigua from Antigua College International, Miami.
Good morning, Dr. Diony Antigua from Antigua College International in Miami.
Good morning, Lisa Acevedo, Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning, Stephanie Fleming with Riggs College of Allied Health.
Good morning, Dr. Mike Burkett, President of Florida Technical College, Nuke University, the Dave School, and FAPS board member.
Good morning, Tom Brower, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Compliance at American College of Education in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Good morning, Dawn Rodak of Webster University, representing the Florida campuses.
Good morning, Michael Casey, Petty Course Director, Divers Paradise in Key Biscayne, Florida.
Good morning, my name is Tim Dengler. I'm the Campus Director at Alturas Career College in Tampa.
Good morning, Sherman Roberts, Blackwell University.
Good morning, my name is Pincus Flynn, Blackwell University, Florida.
Good morning, Alejandro Núñez, Blackwell University.
Good morning, Ernesto Leo, Blackwell University.
Good morning, Terry Workman, St. George's University School of Medicine.
Good morning, Verna Grizzle from NCLEX Inc., Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Dan Strauss. I'm the Dean at National University of Health Sciences.
Hi, good morning. My name is Catherine Garrido, and I'm from the Global Institute of Sports.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Alan Mortham. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Bradley. I'm with Daytona College in Ormond Beach. I'm also a founding member of the FAPS Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Edwin Delgado. I'm with Southeastern College. I'm the Chief Academic Officer.
Good morning, Julia Corona, Executive Director with Southeastern College and proud board member of FAPS.
Good morning, Alfredo Freitas, Embry University.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Embry University, Orlando.
Good morning, my name is Ignacio Tolosa, CEO, Evidencia University.
Good morning, Pierre Lavial with Aviator College, Fort Pierce.
Greetings and salutations. You know who it is, right? Okay, then. I am your humble servant, Arthur H. Reyes, representing New Professions Technical Institute from the great state of Miami.
Great state.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Bienvenut. A little tribute to the outgoing executive director, if you permit me. Thanks for the memories with commissioners and Ms. Hood by your side.
You can sing that.
You challenged us, and we have thrived. Through COVID, natural disasters, and online modality, you charted us a new course for success. And like General MacArthur once said, old soldiers never die. They just fade away. So, Mr. Ferguson, you know you're here for perpetuity. But wherever you go, understand that we all love you and wish you the very best. Thank you.
I cannot top that one. I'm so sorry. Good morning. My name is Dr. Ilia Matos. Today, I am a representative for Inner Road Education Partners, and I am here with and in tandem with Asa College.
Bobby Bonds. I'm with Complement Vocational Careers and FAPS board member.
Good morning, Pete Pizarro, CompuMed Vocational Careers.
Fred Arnold, Executive Director for Learning Alliance. Good morning, Cesar Ruiz, Learning Alliance Corporation President and CEO.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Joel Musgrove here with University of Fairfax.
Frank Longacre, President, University of Fairfax.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Reed Allison with Southern Technical College.
Good morning, Ray Riley with Concord Career Institute, Jacksonville.
Good morning, Cheryl Gunning, Concord Career Institute in Tampa.
Dean Vines, Concord, Miramar, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Sam Lynn, Concord Regional, Florida, and FAPS member. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Matthew Bateman for the Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Good morning, Christopher Bjornstedt with Westcliff University.
Matt Madrid, Vice President of Operations, Westcliff University.
Good morning, Magdalena Pinzon, Allen Salt Lake University.
Good morning, Germán Posada, Allen Salt Lake University.
Good morning, Álvaro Sánchez Castro, Allen Salt Lake University.
Good morning, Everly Now, Allen Salt Lake University.
Good morning, Vicky Coloredo Mills at Saber Education Consultants.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff, and guests. My name is Nikki Good with Fortis. Not on the agenda, here to listen, learn, and steal every good idea you have.
Good morning, Lisa Leotti, CEO of Suncoast College and FAPS member.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all today. Audrey Kaplan. I'm a partner with the education practice of Hogan, Marin, Babo, and Rose. I'm also a FAPS board member and a founding member of the FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, Gladys Slater, Paul's Radiology Institute.
Good morning, Don Slater, Campus President, Pulse Radiology Institute.
Good morning, Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants, here today with Agape Academy, Agape University, Carrick Institute, and Pulse Radiology Institute. And thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for all those years.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Robillard, and I'm with Carrick Institute in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Carrick with Carrick Institute in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Harrison, Chief Operating Officer, Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning. My name is Cesar Acuna from Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning, Lisette Bates with Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning. Arena Acosta, and I'm here with Cesar Vallejo College.
Good morning. I'm James Jones, here with Arizona College of Nursing, Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Dunn, Vice President of Operations for Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning. This is Christine Furtaw with Arizona College of Nursing in Tampa.
Hello, Alexis Garuzzo, Arizona College of Nursing, Sarasota campus.
Good morning, Dr. Sarah Ewing from Gannon University, Ruskin, Florida.
Good morning as well. Desi Horder from Gannon University in Ruskin, Florida.
Good morning, Lisa Sincere, Strayer University.
Good morning, Anthony Portigliari from Florida Christian University, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. Bruno Portigliari, President of Florida Christian University. And on behalf of FCU, Mr. Ferguson, thank you so much for all that you've done.
Good morning, Mara Hangel from Florida Christian University.
Good morning, Priscilla Soares, Florida Christian University.
Hello, my name is Egan Hansen. I'm the Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness with Schiller International University.
Good morning. My name is Alan Alvarez. I'm the Campus Director at Schiller International University, Tampa.
Good morning, Josiah Steffen, Vice President for Academic Affairs at South Florida Bible College and Theological Seminary.
Good morning. I'm Jay Stubblefield from Lincoln Memorial University.
Hello, my name is Dr. Michael Stevens, Dean for the School of Medical Sciences at Lincoln Memorial University.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Harrington from Lincoln Memorial University.
Good morning. I am Dr. Jesus Alberto Fuenmayor, UNAC Florida, Sunrise.
Good morning, Nancy Rodriguez, UNAT Florida.
Good morning, my name is Gina Valverde, UNAT Florida.
Good morning, I'm Guadalupe Baniels,
Academy Dean of UNAV Florida and Sunrise.
Good morning, Sue Edwards, Ultimate Medical Academy, Tampa and Clearwater, FEPS Board President and founding member of the FEPS Foundation, where we've awarded over 50 scholarships.
Good morning. My name is Maxime Papillon, Essential School of Nursing. On behalf of Essential School of Nursing, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Maritza Bedoya, Career Education Advisors Group, Consultant.
Jose Valencia, ASI College.
Good morning. James McCoy, South College, Orlando.
Hi, good morning. I'm Kim Hall with South College.
Good morning. Ted Richardson, South College.
Good morning. Brad Adams, South College, Orlando.
Good morning. Neil Heatherly, South College, Orlando.
Good morning. Egypt Lawson, Hairline Illusions, Arts, Science, and Technology.
Good morning. Morella Dooley, Key College, not on the agenda.
Good morning. Ron Dooley, President of Key College, Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning. Laura Cessna, Education Institute of Tampa Family, and I'm a guest.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm an attorney with the Messer Capital Law Firm, and today I'm representing American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, Southern Technical College, Emergency Education Institute, and one more I cannot remember.
Thank you so much and welcome everyone. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we have the minutes of our meeting on July 26th and 27th, 2022, and August 15th, 2022 before us. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as drafted. Is there any discussion? If no discussion, the motion passes. Hearing none, I'm sorry. All in favor? Sorry, I forgot the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Ms. Pelton, would you please provide the Executive Director's report?
My pleasure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, let me say it is an honor, a pleasure, and I'm very excited to be heading up as Executive Director of the Commission. It has been an exciting 30 days, a learning 30 days, and drinking from the fire hose. Before I continue, I would like to also extend a tremendous thank you to Sam Ferguson for the years and years of service he has provided to this sector, to the Commission, and to the Department of Education. I could not do this without him, and I certainly will never be able to fill his shoes. Sam, thank you, and thank you for your guidance.
Thank you.
Sam, you are a living legacy, and I have very little doubt that you will not fade away into the sunset. Thank you all for being here. For those of you I have met in person or spoken with on the phone, thank you for your time. For those of you I have not met, I look forward to meeting you in the future. It is a personal goal of mine in this position to be incredibly accessible, whether it be to consultants, to schools, commissioners, and most importantly to students. So if you don't have my contact information, please get it. I believe it is all on the website, so you should be able to find me easily. If you are encountering a problem, please reach out to me directly. I am here to be a problem solver. So commissioners, that goes for you too, but thank you for allowing me to share that with our visitors today. As we move into an era of student-focused, data-driven accountability, I know there's a lot changing. I know that there is a lot of conversation about what will change. I will tell you what I have told my staff. None of us, commissioners, nor myself, though I will accept the privilege of speaking on your behalf, I apologize for taking that privilege. have a grand plan that is to be unveiled. There is no grand plan to de-license every 1,000 institution under our purview. The plan is to make sure that we are all serving students to the best of our capability. Commissioners, to that end, accountability starts at home. It has to start in our office, and we have to make sure that we are doing right by schools and licensees. So I have asked my staff to couch all of their actions in 2 questions. 1, is this student focused? Does it ultimately serve students? And that should not be a convoluted answer. And I would ask all of you to give this some consideration as well. Second, and folks, I recognize that the rules are in need of a refresh, but we are working on that too. We are pushing multiple priorities at the same time. So the second question I have asked staff to ask themselves is this absolutely required by a rule or law? Can you cite to me the section, subsection, etc., that requires you to take this action? For schools, I would ask you to make sure that you are familiar, as can be, with the rules, the law, and you use your 30-day letters and your 30-day deficiency letters and clerked orders as a guide. If you have not provided in clear, concise format that is readable, that is evidenced by you, we will not be pulling Sunbiz anymore. We will not be looking up your accountant's credentials anymore. Please provide those things to us. Make it clear and easy for us to license you. That being said, we need to work on responsiveness in the office. We are working on that. As I said, I am here to be accessible and be a problem solver. Please reach out if you are having trouble getting something or you need some help. I'm happy to point in the right direction. I skipped the Student Protection Fund report. Apologies if you'll bear with me as I navigate this new role. Commissioners, the Student Protection Fund last year received total revenue of fiscal year 21-22, ending 6/30/22, $221,106.08. Year to date at 9/15/22, we had received total revenue of $77,473.91. So the current cash balance is about $80,000. The report you may see in front of you, and schools may have access to this, shows a zero invested balance. That is because it is the first report of the year. It is a system glitch. Technology is great when it works. So the invested balance and the cash balance total to the current balance of $3,535,040.36. With that, I will close my report unless the commissioners have any questions for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pelton. If there's no other comments, Ms. Parton, would you please provide our legal counsel report?
Good morning, everyone. I don't have a report per se, just a reminder that on Friday we are having a rules discussion. It is open to the public. It will start at 9 o'clock in this room, and there will be some presentations if anyone is interested, but just if you would like to attend, that's a good time to come.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda are issues related to institutions that grant degrees. Item A on the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We have 2, so we will take them individually. The first institution is Agape Academy of Sciences, Delray Beach, number 5752. Staff recommends the commission, I'm sorry. Is there anyone here from that agency? Please introduce yourselves.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Brendan Kelly. I'm the Director of Compliance at Agape Academy.
And I'm Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Agape Academy of Sciences.
And Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti Post-Secondary Educational Consultants.
Commissioners, are there any discussions?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Williams, go, please proceed.
Okay. Hi, thanks for coming in this morning. So I've got a litany of questions here. Maybe we can just take them singularly. How do you find your students?
How do we find our students? A lot of it's through word of mouth. We don't do a ton of advertising, anything like that. Most of it are referrals from other students and from graduates of our program.
Okay. Do those students have the opportunity to see prior to enrollment what your NCLEX passage rate has been traditionally?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So we have to tell them what our passage rate was for the previous year. There's a form that's provided by the CE. All of our applicants see that before they enroll.
So how are you addressing that with the students in a way to give them confidence about their likelihood, I should say, of passing that test?
Well, what we talk to them about is the remediation plan that we've put in place since we were put on probation. We have done a lot to raise our standards on both for getting students in to making sure that they're ready to start school day one. We have increased our the scores to pass each class, so we raised it from 75 to 80%. We've raised our minimum GPA to graduate. We've been putting in more benchmarking testing so that we can see students through the path going through school, and so that we can catch students earlier on if they're having difficulties in certain areas. And so we're very confident that the students that are going through this new process, that they're going to be able to pass the NCLEX exam, and we explain to them through the curriculum how we're doing it to make sure they're prepared. We're also doing free review classes, so even for students who finished and they've graduated but they didn't pass, we're offering them review courses. We're really trying our best to help our students pass.
Sure. So when did that remediation program get put into place?
I believe it got put into place a year and a half ago.
Okay. So the outcomes on that, what I have here, looks to be only for this year, where there was a change that was made. If you put that in place a year ago, so I'm I'm just wondering if that remediation plan is systemic or transactional. And by that, I mean, if we look through the history of years, you guys have been very consistent with your performance, and really that's why there was the original need for that remediation. So I'm wondering how that remediation plan is going to change things systemically rather than transactionally with the group that you currently have in place.
I guess I don't understand what you mean by the
Yeah,
difference. between
so what I'm saying is that your performance has been below the national average consistently for years. So if the students are made aware of that and they enroll anyway, and then the outcomes that we have most recently show a modest increase in that, I'm wondering if that modest increase is somehow supported internally in perpetuity, so that the next quarter, and so on, show those same outcomes, or did we just fix this group that we had in place to show a little bit of remediation so that we could grant the extensions and provisions, the extensions of the licensing here? And so what are you guys doing in perpetuity to not be below the national average for years to come? That's the real question.
I get you. Well, the remediation plan is not just for one cohort. It's for the entire school, for all classes that go through there. And we are very confident that now that we're being able to follow the metrics of how students are doing, we have 18 students that are scheduled to test in this final quarter. We are very confident. These are students that have been great students when they came in. They were excited to learn. They met the metrics that we expected. Their exit exams, they were not squeaking by. These were students getting 1,000 points on the exit exam. So while you can't guarantee they're going to pass, these are very strong students. And so we think that even though there's been modest increases, we think by the end of this year, you're going to see a significant increase because this cohort will have done this, and this is a great model for us to use, and we're continuing to use for the other classes and continue to use it because it works. And that we need to wait for the data to come in, and we believe that by the end of this year, at the end of this quarter, you're going to see a significant increase in our passage rate.
When do those 18 test?
They should be testing. Right now, we have sent in all the paperwork, and I think they're just waiting for their approval to actually sit, and we believe they're going to be this final quarter of the year.
Is there any chance we'll see that data before the November meeting?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
But we'll see it at the next one, right?
Yes.
January meeting, correct. We hope. We hope that they report the results back so that we can report to the commission.
Okay.
How do you currently now get the results back from your students? So is there any requirement for them to report back?
No, there's no requirement, so the students report back to us on an informal basis, and then what we do is we wait for the Board of Nursing to give us the results. The other thing is that because you don't know when students are going to take, so you may have a student that graduated a year ago who took the test now, and so that's, you can't really control for that, so we have to wait to the actual Board of Nursing results.
What can I say? One of the goals of the academy in retaining our services was to review every process procedure that they have, that they're using. And that's what we've been doing in the last month and a half since we've started with the academy. And we continue to do that on a daily basis, looking at their catalog, looking at their processes, to help them increase those rates as well. So we're starting to see some grip to what we're doing. And hopefully by continuing that, we're going to see that fruit of that labor starting to pay off very soon.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
What's the duration of your ADM program?
Our ASN program is 18 months.
Okay. So when you had the remediation plan in place, some of those are graduating already or soon?
They're graduating soon.
Okay. How often is the program offered?
How often is the program
How
offered?
often is it? Yeah.
I believe we're offering it, like when the new start dates? I think we have 4 start dates through the year.
So how does the graduates, you have 39 graduates coming up in the next, well, including August, inclusive of August, you had 39 graduates reported on the report here. How do you have graduates graduating out every month if you're starting 4 times a year?
We have our graduation, so if they started, it would be during the 4 parts throughout the year, so for the 18 months.
But they're graduating and completing in August, September, October, November, December. So my question is, to clarify, how does that happen? How are you not graduating a cohort in August and then in December?
Okay, I get you. So what happens is you may have students that graduated all the coursework, but they didn't pass an exit exam, and so they may be delayed a month with the rest of their cohort. So they'd have to retake the exit exam before they can graduate. And so there may be a delay for that.
Okay. And in quarter 3, it looks like you had 2 testers, 1 passed.
Yes.
So to Mr. Williams' point, we don't see a lot of improvement from when the remediation plan began to now. But you're confident that the future testers are going to make up for this?
Yes, and so the one student that actually failed this past time, they graduated in 2020. And so that was not a student that was part of the remediation plan. And so unfortunate that's what the result was for that. I believe it was 2020 that student graduated. And so while that brought down the number for us, the student that did pass was one that had gone through the remediation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there strategies in place to encourage students to take the test when they complete the program? Like that has to be another part of your tactics.
Absolutely, and so now what we're doing is we're offering, if the student takes the NCLEX exam within the first 30 days of graduating, we'll pay their registration fee. Because we know the data really shows that if the sooner after graduation they take the test, the better chance they have to pass. And so we try to hit that home with the students, and so now that's why we're offering to pay for their fee to take it if they take it within 30 days, because we really want them to get out and take the exam right away.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if
Yes, please.
If I may. So you have 18 graduates signed up to take this quarter's test. How many graduates total are there that have untested, not tested?
That have not tested, of those 18 that are coming out? Or total for the year?
To date, or to year to date, how many graduates are there that have not tested?
That I do not know. I apologize. I can get that information.
What's your current enrollment?
Our current enrollment is 123 students for our ASN program.
So approximately a quarter of those, we'll say 35, would be graduating at a time. Is that accurate?
About give or take, yes.
Okay. So of approximately, and I understand we're working with rough math, but of approximately 35 graduates, only 18, about half, are taking the test. Why are the others not taking the test?
9 students have already taken the test so far.
Okay.
Throughout the year. And so for the students that didn't test, I can't necessarily answer that question for you. We try our best to try to get our students to take the test immediately after they've done. Why they wait and delay, sometimes you may hear from a student they might have a family issue or health issue that caused them to delay taking the exam. But if you look at the numbers, what is it? If we had 30-some graduates, 18 plus 9, I'm a lawyer by trade, not a...
27, I'm with you, but
so
I'm a lawyer.
We have, we have 7 students that didn't test out of the 35, and so for those, I can't speak for those 7 students, but still a vast majority of our graduates are testing within the year that they're graduating, and we're trying our best to push them to take it as soon as possible, but if they don't feel that they're ready, that's their choice at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think we may have different definitions of vast majority, but is there any chance that they're not taking this test because they don't feel prepared?
It's going to be up to each individual student. I can't answer.
I mean, you're actively engaged with them. You're trying to get them to take the test sooner, so they're obviously giving you feedback on why they're not. So what have they said?
A lot of them is that they have either family issues, they have work issues, and it's just there isn't a clear across the board why. And also the other thing is that the students that haven't taken it, they may still be taking it this quarter, and so we just don't know. We know and so it's, I think until the end of the year to really know how many people took the test and how many people graduate, it's hard to really speak to somebody who said that, hey, why didn't they take the test this year when they may be taking it next week or sometime in the next month or two.
So just looking at it year over year, the cumulative math is that dozens of students just never took the test, just never took it. And of those that took it, less than half of them passed it. So I'm trying to get, if you're instituting systems and the students that are currently matriculating, it seems like there may be a cultural challenge of internal accountability with expectations being set both of yourselves and of the students. Because if less than half are taking the test and of those that take the test, less than half are passing, you know, we're looking at a very minute percentage, you know, relative to your total enrollment there. So that's why I asked the original questions about this being systemic over transactional, and I don't know that you can exact that kind of cultural change in a very short period of time. And did you make staff changes during this period of remediation? Is this the same staff that you had before that now we're treating differently and expecting to have different outcomes?
No, we have new staff. I'm actually was brought on at the beginning of this year to help do that, to help go through, and same with bringing on the consultants so that we can make these systematic changes. The other thing is that we, especially for the previous people, is we found out that there had been cheating going on in our exit exam. And so what happened was...
Let's hear about that.
Okay. So what happened was during the pandemic, there was a lot, people had to take online exit exams. And that was just something that we all had to do. There's software that's supposed to protect against it, but I've been to other conferences and talked to other nursing schools. They have students cheating, and so the best way to do it is to have old school in-house, and that's what we've done. So we now have, we bought our own computers for the students to test on. They're not able to use their own computers. They come in. We have small groups of 6 or 7 students, so a proctor can keep their eyes on everyone. And so we believe that has been, it's been corrected. We've done to avoid it, because while some schools may still let them take it online at home, there's nothing as good as being in school with their eyes on them to make sure.
Well, now that you've remedied that, it would be interesting to see the percentage who pass their exit exam relative to your enrollment, because I think that's going to tell us the percentage who feels unprepared and why they're not taking the NCLEX.
And one of the things that we're recommending is that they start to compile this data, understand why these students don't want to take it. So I completely understand what you're saying, Mr. Williams. We'll have that data to report to the commission.
We love data.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And I was going to say also that, you know, trying to increase the percentage of your students that test, that actually take the NCLEX, I think you're basing your assumptions as to why they aren't testing on anecdotal evidence. And I don't think that's going to get you to more students testing, right? So just thinking that, you know, some have family problems, some have life gets in the way, you know, it's not real evidence. So there's going to have to be some self-awareness within the institution to say, know, let's really know why students aren't testing. If it's because they don't feel prepared, is it because, and you can't get to that without drilling into the students' reasons without just assuming you know what they are. And that may be, I can tell you how to do it, but I'm sure you can figure that out too. But I think that there's some reliance on not real evidence. And that can be dangerous because you can think you're solving for a problem, but you're really not. Maybe one-offs. Further discussion, commissioners, anyone else?
If I may.
Yes, please.
So 3 brief but interconnected questions. One is, when will we see the graduates that have experienced these changes from the beginning of their enrollment?
That's going to be this group that will be testing the end of this year. So this is the graduating class right now, are the ones that have gone through this.
Okay,
For their entirety of it.
So I can appreciate that if this is effective, we likely won't see that until the upcoming cohort, as you're describing. Which leads me to the second question of how you develop this remediation plan. I mean, it seems that here you have 2 basic strategies. One is to increase the standards for accountability, and the other is to offer additional kind of supportive services. And it seems that it's sprinkled across the different points of the student continuum, from admission to curriculum and experiences, all the way up to their point of exit. How did you identify what the problem areas were in order to develop this plan? And I think this is related to the third question, insofar as, how do you know if you got it right? Meaning, where is the feedback loop regarding why students aren't testing, or how do you adjust your remediation plan? What are the data sources that you're using to know if you're correcting the right things or if you're missing what needs to be addressed? So those are the 2.
Well, the first question was with the drafting of the remediation plan. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of that process. This was before I came, and Dr. Matthews wasn't able to make it today. She's under the weather. So I believe that it was through, it was what was, I believe, submitted to the Board of Nursing. It was a review with working with faculty and staff and to figure out what the issues were. And then what we're doing now to keep track of it is we're keeping track. I think the best results is the NCLEX results. And so what we're going to do is, on a constant basis, we're meeting to figure out, are we seeing improvements, whether it's students' GPAs, as they're going through, the results on benchmarking throughout. So if they've passed classes and they're not doing well in the benchmarking, then there's a disconnect there. And that obviously that there's an issue there that needs to be worked on. And so what we're doing is we're looking at the actual data of the results. Now, we don't have why students aren't testing. I think that's something that we are going to implement now. I think that's a great thing to do, to figure out when students graduate and they don't test, figure out why they aren't. And so then we can make those changes as we go on. And we're going to after this last quarter and we see the results, if the remediation plan doesn't bear fruit as we think they'll be, we are going to reassess and we can make additional changes. And even if it does bear fruit and our grades do and our NCLEX passage rate goes up, which I'm confident it will, we're still going to reassess. There's always room for improvement, things we can do additionally, and that's part of the reason why we brought on the consulting firm, is to help make sure that we are doing the best processes, whether it's procedural, it is part of the school, how we're collecting data, all of that. And so we are Rome, unfortunately, was not built in a day, and so I think there is more data that needs to be collected, like why students aren't taking it right away. But we're really looking at the benchmarking and the passage rate for the NCLEX. I think those are our strongest indicators.
Thank you.
Just one last question. I'm assuming you're familiar with the phrase "all in," right?
Yes.
You're a poker player. So it sounds like of the 18 that are about to test, this is the first group, to the Commissioner's point, who've been through this remediation plan. So in January, we're going to see 15 of those folks pass, right?
Yes.
That's the expectation, because this board exists to protect those students, right? So we want to see that. I think the number, if I'm doing the math in my head right, somewhere in the 14, 15 range out of that 18 gets you at or above the national average.
Yes, that's correct. We want all 18 to pass, obviously.
Sure.
But yes, and that's why we're confident that this will both show where we are and we can make improvements on there. And we're very confident that these students are going to be solid graduates and that they're going to pass this exam on the first try.
Right. Just trying to establish a baseline for this conversation in January.
But I think it's also important to note that this is going to be applied to all students. This isn't for this 18. We're pushing them to push the students all the way across the spectrum.
Well, of course, it needs to be in perpetuity. I'm just looking at this being the very first group that has gone through the entire remediation plan. Therefore, we need to see outcomes that are not at the traditional level where you've been. Otherwise, we've spent the 18-month plan of remediation only to have the same outcomes, right? The definition of insanity.
You're absolutely right, and that's why this is going to be, I think, the real make or break moment, the all-in moment, and we're confident that these students are going to do well, and then any changes, anything that we've learned that's working, we're going to continue that, and the things that aren't working, we're going to implement it for all the other students there.
And these 18, are they all at Delray Beach?
Pardon me?
These 18 that we're referring to, are they all at Delray Beach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we only have one. We only have one campus at Delray.
Well, I'm just making sure that we were not giving numbers between two campuses that you might have in another location. So this is only Delray.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just like to reiterate that unless you incorporate additional data points, you will not be able to identify what of your remediation plan is effective and what is not.
Right.
And so right now you're in a predicament where if the scores are as you expect or hope, great, you can attribute it to the plan. But if they're not,
What are you going to change?
how do you proceed? How do you diagnose what the issue is, right? You need additional data sources and sources of insight in order to be able to provide that perspective.
I think that's, we're always trying to find new data points to continue. And so I think it's also going to come down to what the results are to see, because these are students that we've been following from their benchmarking for their classes. So we're looking at them through the process. And so while your benchmarking, your exit exam, your grades don't necessarily guarantee a passage rate, we see that scale. And so we think those data points are enough, but also you're absolutely right, we need to collect more, and throughout this process we're trying to find more places where, hey, and I think the why students aren't taking the exam is a great point, and we're always trying to find more. I'm a big fan of data because I think it's the easiest way to catch things earlier.
So there's two parts of this, right? The ones that don't take it, but also the ones that did and have a placement asking them what was most helpful and what gaps they perceived in their educational experience compared to what they needed for the jobs that they were placed in. Mm-hmm. So there's multiple parts to this beyond just the NCLEX data points.
Absolutely. Yep.
Are you still offering the BSN program?
Yes, we are.
Are they part of I know this remediation plan was for the ADM program, but are those students going through this process as well?
Well, they're not going through the remediation process because the BSN program hasn't had it's at 100% passage rate. It's a small group, and so we don't have a remediation plan. But we're always implementing. If something works well in the ASN program that we can then mimic in the BSN program, we absolutely do that. And so we're implementing it school-wide because, hey, if it works for this program, we want to try to provide as many resources as best we can for all of our programs. And so we don't have a remediation plan for the BSN because it's not on probation. We have a 100% passage rate. But we are implementing the benchmarking. We're implementing a lot of the extra resources. So we're doing that as well, but but yes.
I'd highly recommend that you do those things with all your nursing students. You know, we had one test in quarter 3 didn't pass. That doesn't bode well with, the general public, prospective students who want to attend your school. So I'd highly recommend that you take those strong points and apply them to all your nursing students.
Absolutely.
Ms. Melton.
One question. Two questions, but the first one I think is an easy one. Agape students are solely testing under the NCLEX number for the campus they attend, correct?
Absolutely.
Where are you in the accreditation process?
Oh, we just had our orientation visit with ACCSC in September. It went very well. We are ahead of the ball for most schools at this point. And if everything goes according to plan, we will be having a site visit in Q1 of next year. And that we should be institutionally accredited by Q2, Q3.
And that's for the Delray campus or all three campuses?
No, just for the Delray campus, because it's a separate process for the other schools.
That was my understanding too. I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure I
Now
understood.
they're fitting the same timeline, but that doesn't mean they're wholly separate process. We have separate days, and so no, it's a separate process. But both of them, they're both on the same time
Understood.
span.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
Second.
Commissioner Whitaker, Commissioner Cross. All in favor?
Aye.
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 The motion is adopted. We'll look forward to seeing you in January with some data on this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The next institution is ASA College, Hialeah, number 5565. Is there anyone representing that institution? Please come forward. Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Hello,
and-
everyone. Jose Valencia, president of ASI College.
Ilia Matos.
Please update us, bring us up to date on your school.
On the teach outs or just the institution per se?
Can you bring Mr. Valencia, prior Commissioner Matos, could you please bring the commission up to date on what has happened with ASA College in Florida since the report was provided to the commission?
Yes. All right. I cannot update on what is going on in Florida unless I tell you what's going on with the entire institution. So about a couple of weeks ago, we got notice from Middle States that the college has been placed on show cause again for the second time. And the reasons for it, from what we have gathered, because we had a guidance visit last week, is that there were a number of events that has happened recently. One of them is we have experienced some delays in the processing of payroll. So far, we have been late in the last 4 payrolls. I just want to clarify that we have paid the staff, but there were some delays in paying them. In addition to that, we had signed, if you remember, in February of 2022, the New York City Department of Consumer and Workers Protection notified ASA that is conducting an investigation of its advertising campaign. The campaign that was developed sometime in November, and it ran during the month of January. And that investigation was going on for many months. We reached an agreement because the city was ready to implement some fines because they found, they claim, that some of the ads were misleading. We reached an agreement with them to pay $112,000. And unfortunately, the city of New York issued a press release which was picked up by a number of media outlets. So that was another factor. A third factor was that there was a complaint by a former employee of ASA against the owner of ASA. Let me backtrack a little bit to January 3rd, 2022. The board had allowed the owner of ASA to serve as an advisor to ASA in the marketing and the lead generation activities. This person who complained was working in that area, and she complained of some inappropriate behavior. It had nothing to do with anything that was sexual harassment or anything, but it was just the way he treated her. That's what she's complaining. Middle States wrote to ASA and asked for a report, a monitoring report. We shared that with you, by the way. Anything that is happening at ASA, we share with all of the regulators and the accredited. So because of those three things, Middle States felt that we should go back on show cause, and now we are required to report or to submit a show cause report by November 1st, next Tuesday. And that's where we are with ASA as a whole. So we'll see. I mean, we're going to submit the report. The staff at ASA has asked me, what are our chances of getting out of show cause? I said, you know what? Back in June of 2022, we were on show cause, and we got out of it. We were put back into warning, and with the condition that if we submit a monitoring report by December 1st, we would be out of, in full compliance with Middle States. That was not the case now, of course, but we just have to do it again. We will see. I'm very confident that some of the issues that Middle State has brought are serious. I do not dismiss that. Mistakes were made. I would be the first to admit that mistakes were made. In fact, I believe that the decision of the board to allow the third party to do some pro bono work, in retrospect, hindsight is 2020, it was wrong. And we took action. A couple of weeks ago, we convened a board meeting and we rescinded that decision. So again, we will see. We should be hearing, so we're going to submit the report on November 1st. The Middle States Commission is going to do a site visit on the 14th of November. Then they will write the report, we'll see it for correction, for fact corrections, and then I would say by the end of November we should hear from what the recommendations of the team visit is. In terms of Florida, we began the semester on the 24th, last Monday, and we have about 240 students. So that's pretty much it. And I have, by the way, before I even continue, I would like to give a special thanks to Sam for all of the years of service. We had our ups and downs, I think more ups than downs. And we really, I want to echo everybody's sentiment here. and we want to thank you because of the work that you did for the state of Florida and the commission. And also would like to thank you, Ms. Pelton, because you have been very, very professional, very cooperative with ASA, and you granted me a personal interview or personal meeting, and you have taken my phone calls. So thank you for that. I did speak to you yesterday, and I had informed you that ASA is planning not to seek the renewal of the license for the coming year. That will bring us up to date on the status of ASA.
And I understand these are difficult circumstances, and thank you for walking us through them. Given the decision to not renew licensure in the state of Florida, what is the plan for train out, teach out of those 240 students?
Yes. Because we are on show cause, we are required to prepare a teach out plan, which for middle states, which we did. It included the Hialeah campus. Dr. Matos was very kind to work with us, and she's still working with us on that. As a general premise, we would like, with your permission, to have the fall semester to be the teach-out semester, if it's possible. But we'll follow your directions. And we will teach all of the students, teach out all of the students, and we will try by the end of the semester to make sure that everybody has a home. And we're working with several schools, which I think that Mrs. Mathis can brief you as to how many schools we are reaching out. Some we already have a teach-out agreement, and some others we are going to have a teach-out agreement very soon. Would you like to say something?
Sure. Good morning, members of the commission, Ms. Pelton. Right now, the current population is 201. With a new start that was on the 24th of October, the Hialeah campus will foresee having 247 students. The reason why I believe that it would be the best time to begin an orderly closure of the campus would be at the end of June, given the fact that there will be 17 graduates in March and another 30 graduates in June. And obviously, we would like to serve that population on site within the campus. As Mr. Valencia stated, we have reached out personally to several chief executives at 3 institutions. Actually, one of them, we have a representative today. He has been extremely courteous and very cooperative, and that's Florida Technical College, National University College. That we submitted as part of the report. We tried to include in the letter of intent as much of the requirement that Middle States requires in order for ASA College to fulfill or to meet the request from the Commission. The other institution is also Middle States accredited, and one of the decisions that I made to first and foremost reach out to Middle States accredited schools is because, as you know, teach-out agreements must be approved by the accrediting agency. So I figured that reaching out to Middle States, and Middle States approved, it's going to be somewhat of a better process for approval. The second institution that we have been working with, that we worked with, and we were able to secure a teach-out agreement is Albizu University. And obviously, I have also spoken with another president of an institution that although it was unwilling to sign an agreement, I have a verbal commitment that we would work with that institution as well. So at the present time, all of the programs are covered or partially or potentially covered for a teach-out agreement for all of our graduates. The next step, once a date is confirmed for the formal teach-out, then we will begin to work with those partners with the requirements, the FA, the liabilities, the programs, et cetera, et cetera. But if I may add, all of the programs within the possible teach-out partners, we have completed curricular transfer mappings.
I also would like to mention that the reason why, the reasoning behind the teach out for Florida, it was strictly financial. We were put on probation by Middle States back in December 15th, 2021. Since that date to now, we have earned close to $20 million in income from them. We have received 192,000. It's impossible to maintain an operation without funds. We have reached out to the U.S. Department of Education via our, through the official channels. And this is a horrific process. And I don't know whether that's the way it is, or whether there is an intentional delay. Whatever it is, we're not getting any money. We were supposed to get $2.6 million about a month ago, and today we haven't received anything. So again, now we have tried to approach the U.S. Department of Education via political channels. We'll see. We have yesterday, through some connections, we were able to get all the way to Miguel Cardona, the Secretary of Education. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So with the teach-out plan, I know there's federal regulations that require accrediting agencies and to make sure that the students are protected to receive their federal financial aid. And you said you're not receiving the funds from the Department of Education. So when you're saying we aren't receiving funds, are you referring to the students not receiving their financial aid, or can you be a little bit more specific on?
It is the students receiving financial aid. Let me tell you how, I'm just trying to be frank here, how crazy this process is. We have to disburse refunds to the students from our funds, from the institution funding. Yet we don't get any monies from the feds. But we cannot submit any payment to the U.S. Department of Education without paying the students first. And we have, by the way. I just want you to know that ASA has done that. So we are up to date with the students that they have requested extra funds. We have paid them from our own institutional funds. And if you would like to, are more inquisitive and you would like to know where we got the money from, is we have gotten, we have some assets that we had to sell. We have to request monies from the owner, and we have to borrow money. So it's a very difficult process.
And one follow-up. And so the timeline of your teach-out plan, the students that you're partnering with other institutions, they will be able to enter in a timely manner, be able to finish their program, and continue to access the financial aid that they qualify for. And the ones that you speak about that you would like to stay through the following academic or finish this academic year, there is not any risk that they will lose access to financial aid. You have the means to support that, whether or not you receive it from the federal government or not.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
So we would be servicing a total, so assuming that all the stars align correctly, no? We will be focused on servicing 47 students total so that they can graduate from ASA by June of 2023.
And can you tell us how many of those students receive Pell Grants?
I don't have this information right now, but we can provide it. It's part of the information that needs to be provided to potential teach-up partners. So if you would
Right.
like to get that listing, that breakdown, we can provide it to you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank
Sure.
you.
But most of those 47 students are probably financial aid.
Commissioner Williams? were you
I,
going?
I do have a question about, and it's not necessarily for you to answer, sir, but I think it's an important note for us to take as we look at some others coming before the board today and ongoing. And when we look at the solvency of individual campuses, very often what I see is a parent company balance sheet and no P&L for an individual campus. And I think that is the opposite of what we should be seeing. And forgive me for using you as an example here, but everybody in here is a private institution, and you can't operate without being profitable. And therefore, the profitability of your individual campus, your local campus, is of paramount importance, and it operates as a single entity, probably files its own tax return, definitely does. And as a result of that, those are the financials we need to be seeing, not the financials of a parent company, because a businessman myself, at some point, if I have a location that's losing money, I'm going to cut my losses, right? So showing us the finances from a parent company that look massive and have a giant balance sheet and not seeing the individual P&L of an individual location is not something I'm comfortable with, because I don't get the whole story. So I'm saying this out loud because it's a point, because I know you have campuses all over the place, not necessarily just in Florida. And just wanted to say that as we look at this data going forward, we really need to look at this transactionally as a entity and not someone who may or may not fund those losses over time, because that is the problem.
Right.
If you're going to be bleeding capital, at some point an owner is going to say, nope, I'm done, right? So seeing that owner's balance sheet doesn't help us. Actually, it tells us the story that most likely they will cut bait, right? And say, no, I can't continue to lose millions of dollars here. So I don't know what previous finances were provided prior to the show cause, but I have a feeling it was probably the parent company finances and not the individual location finances.
That's not true, by the way.
That's not?
Mr. Williams.
So we saw.
We actually provide the commission, the staff is really good at this.
Right.
They actually ask for both.
Okay.
Actually for both.
So
And we have been, and the only reason why we are in trouble, and actually, if you look at from an accounting point of view, accrual accounting, we're okay.
Sure.
We just don't get any cash.
Sure.
So
yeah.
on a cash basis, yes.
Yeah.
And because of these show costs.
Yeah,
And the
accrual,
HCM.
accrual has a lot in there. It's from a cash management standpoint, I get you. So I was not necessarily saying that you had done this. There are others coming forward, and I think it's an interesting point to
actually
make here, because I know that's where you're coming from, is getting the money from an owner. Right. So,
But the staff does require all of these finances by the campus, the Florida campus. They ask for a P&L, which,
Yeah.
and the only thing that we don't provide is the balance sheet by campuses, because it's difficult to do it, because we consolidate everything.
some of your colleagues do the opposite, is my point, is we see a large balance sheet and not the local performance data.
But definitely, we do provide the commission with the campus P&L.
And this is going to be an open-ended subjective question, but
Okay.
what's your confidence level on the teach out by June financially?
We have, like I said, we have not gotten any money yet. We have been able to continue to provide services to the students. And I'm very confident that we're going to continue to do so. Okay? And definitely here in Florida and New York.
So there were 247, is that what I heard?
The 247.
201, and then a new class, it's right now, it's the dropout period. So assuming that everybody stays at the end of the dropout period, the total enrollment will be then 247 active students. And then those 46 students, those will be probably the easiest to transfer out, because they would only have completed one term. if that would be the case.
It was 40 some odd students who will be able to complete in that time period. Everyone else would be taught out somewhere else. Is that
Yeah,
is that
so
true?
I call that the ham and cheese. So you got one bread that is, I'm sorry, you got one loaf of bread is the new students, that have like about, 1 to 2 semesters worth of schooling. And then you have the other loaf of bread that are the graduates, and then you have the ham and cheese that are the rest of the students that we need to fit into programs. And then work with the partners institution at this point, once a date is established on the programming and the courses, et cetera.
Can you help me understand the thought process of taking a new class of students? The white bread, I mean, why did we bring in more students now?
Yeah, that is, unfortunately, the decision not to seek the renewal of the license was made yesterday, and we had begun already the semester. You're absolutely right. We should have had a little bit better planning on that. But it is what it is, and we just need to go forward.
And there was a reference to the stars aligning for the 47 that we're really working, I'm saying we, meaning you, are really working to make sure that they can graduate. I mean, I'm very empathetic to the students, so I have a couple questions thinking about your students.
Dr. Cohen, thank you so much for that. So yes, to answer your question, if I may interject for a moment, I am very student-focused as well, and I'm going to echo Ms. Pelton's message on being student-centered and thinking of the student first. So I have been working in tandem with the registrars at SA College. Actually, when Mr. Valencia and I started speaking, actually it was back in September, when I got involved in specifically on the teach-out, the possibility of a teach-out, I started working with the registrars. And so right now, what I am working with is on the programming to ensure that these 47 students will graduate by this specific date within the time frame.
Okay.
So it's all about programming, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I guess my last question around the students is the communication to them. What have you been sharing? What is their what information are they receiving? Is there a communication plan specifically? Is there one-on-one guidance that they're receiving?
So in the case of a teach-out, again, we worked on a draft of a timeline, communication timeline, not only to the students but the staff. If I can just share a little bit of what would happen. There would be a notification to students and staff via email, and then we would schedule town halls specific in general to the students, and then we would break it down by groups. So we would speak with the graduates, then we would speak with the ones that are going to be transferring first, et cetera, et cetera. And then as part of that will also be a communication timeline with media. Again, if you would like to get a copy of that draft that we have comprised, we would be more than happy to share that. But it is on draft at the moment, because it all depends on the date, the established date for the teach-out.
Sure. Yes, I think that would be important for the commission.
It is customary for the last year or so that I have been the president. We have a new policy since that time. If we sneeze, you'll know about it. So yes, we're going to share with you everything.
Okay.
We have
Yes,
one question
please.
here. The new students who are just enrolled, obviously with the new news, they may feel duped a little bit. Will they have the option to unenroll without any financial harm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. That's a good point. That's the group, I'm very concerned about all of them, but I think that you're going to get some backlash
We could do that.
from that
Yes.
group. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendations as provided?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Williams, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Thank you for your
Thank you very
candor.
much.
Okay. Sorry. Now moving on to item B on the agenda is applications for provisional licensure. Number 2, Hebron International is being pulled, so we have 3 left, and we'll take them individually. For the first institution, Allen South Lake University, Claremont, number 10264. Staff have provided a recommendation. If you are here from that institution, please approach the microphone and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Herman Posada, Allen South Lake. Oh, sorry.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Pinzon, academic director.
Okay, commissioners, is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Let me find my notes here.
Yeah, I just closed mine by accident.
Your catalog refers to, good morning, first of all. Your catalog refers to student services and academic services, advising, all in the catalog, but under administrative staff, there's no position that seems relatable to those. So who would be doing your academic advising or your student services as described extensively in the catalog?
Yeah, the org chart's still being filled out, but one of the things that they're going to take pride in is having that advising, so the academic advisor role is going to being filled in properly. So it hasn't been filled out, but it will be.
So do you have that person on staff, or is that someone who will be hired?
Yeah, we've had conversations. They haven't come on staff yet, but they will be.
Okay. And you have a very well-organized, comprehensive business plan, so, great job on that. I would also recommend, in looking at your budget, you have growth to 240 students, I believe, in the first year, but your financials, your expenses are all pretty flat, except for adjunct faculty, which makes sense. But I would think your operating expenses and other expensive costs of doing business would increase, so I would ask that you maybe take a look at that and put a more realistic budget that would match that growth and that revenue as you go through the year. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
So if we can maybe add a contingency to update the expenses and the budget lines. And then a third thought on your enrollment agreement and possibly catalog. If you could have a third-party professional service looking at it, there's some spelling and grammatical errors there. So if you could take a look at that and add that as a contingency as well, if I may. Just a review of the language in there.
I appreciate that.
And where was that language in? A specific document?
Enrollment agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe in the catalog as well, but for sure enrollment agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Ms. Whitaker?
Where are you on accreditation?
We have not started yet.
You haven't started yet, okay. Is there a certain accrediting body that you are looking to?
Probably is in our plan, but.
Right. We're
Very
waiting to get
conservative
the
with it.
provisional.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you already have students enrolled?
No.
No, not yet, okay. But you are planning to, when will the
Oh, absolutely.
first semester start?
Yes, ma'am.
When is that plan?
Next year.
Okay.
January or
Is it-
when?
Yeah, we'll plan to start by the spring now because of the timeline that has moved.
Okay.
So we don't think that we'll have the ability to get started before
Okay.
then.
That's just my concern is starting before,
Exactly.
students have the ability to access financial aid and have the proper accreditation, all of that, so,
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Any other comments? I think you have a pretty aggressive or impressive program inventory. I think that you've chosen some areas that have got some great wage and employment outcomes. Do you have employer commitments and partners with employers for advisory? Can you tell me a little bit about some of your connections to the labor force that you'll be making for your students?
Yeah, so we created an advisory board that is mainly Florida-based in Central Florida. I don't know them personally. It's above my pay weight. But we can definitely provide that information for you, absolutely.
Is that something that we would normally have for our? So that would be great. If it's not already provided, I would like that provided, please. Because I see entrepreneurship here, and I'm very interested also in, business owners that need a master's degree in entrepreneurship. So I'm not sure I completely understand that one, so I'd be very interested in, or what your expectations of employment outcomes are for a master's degree in entrepreneurship as well. I mean, have you done analysis with the labor market for these majors?
I know that there was within the marketing analysis, there was documents that were being done with the advisory board, and they asked for additional work. Whether it has come to specific on the entrepreneurship program, I'm not 100% sure, but there has been work, nothing that would stake their capital in going in blindly, but I understand your concern in wanting that documentation.
And so, and I guess for my fellow commissioners, I think that we as a body, and Ms. Pelton, maybe, I know that we're very focused on students and also on rules and legislation, and I can, from my role in my day job, I know that the outcomes of our students in the labor market is something that is very important to the state of Florida and to the governor's office and our legislatures. So I think that we have to be really thoughtful around the programs and making sure that our schools are understanding the expectations of employment for their students, for their graduates, because students are investing their time and resources, and we have to be diligent and making sure that it's going to be a positive investment for them. I think that's part of our core responsibility, but also to continue to make sure that our economy thrives. So, I mean, I think that as we think about rule making in some other areas, it's just incredibly important for how we do business and for making sure that that the education that the student is entrusting us to is connecting them to meaningful, life-changing wages, not just living wages, right? So I think I would appreciate looking and seeing the advisory committee, because that's an advisory committee is going to help you do that. They're also going to help influence the curriculum to make sure that the student is getting the skills they need to get the jobs in their area. But I think it's one piece of the puzzle.
If I may echo that, Madam Chair, that when I look at these graduate academic programs, I'll give you a bit of an irony here that we can get granular for a moment, is in the United States, if you have a master's degree, you're 20% less likely to be self-employed than those without a master's degree. That's a real statistic, by the way. So I'm curious about the outcome expectation on that program as well. And I wonder, is that curriculum in place and ready to be deployed at the point where you begin accepting students already?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I gotcha. Yes, Ms. Whitaker.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I see you have, most of your programs are master's level. You do have, one associate, and is it 2 BS programs? And, there's been a national concern over institutions wanting to go and offer a master's program when they haven't even had a bachelor's program in that area of study. And because it is a short period, with a bachelor's, you have the students for 4 years. With a master's, it can be 2, sometimes less. And so I always get concerned when, you're starting a program and you're jumping straight to the master's program, because that's a higher level. And it is known to bring in quite a bit of money. So I like to see more, starting a little lower, maybe offering some more AS, offering some more BS, And before we just jump straight to the MS or a program, but I know the value, and I know a lot of students that have a BS that, want to be able to come and further their education online, and that's a very, strong market for that. It's just, I know at the public universities, and it's very hard for a public university in the state of Florida to go to the Board of Governors and say, oh, we want to offer a master's program, but we don't have a bachelor's program in that area. So, but you have put together a very, detailed business plan, and I appreciate that, but that's just always, something that concerns me, and I just want to express that.
And, working with your team and with your advice, it's never taken as adversarial, but as a growing opportunity. So as we go into further planning for future years, it's something that may be considered as well and implemented. So we really appreciate everything that the staff has done behind doors. This is a short meeting, but the hard work that your team does behind doors and guiding us has been priceless.
What is the target demographic for these programs?
For what program?
All of them. In particular, the master's programs, but what is the target demographic? Are they Floridians? Is it online? Is it offered in particular countries or in other languages? What is the target demographic?
So some of the things that we've seen is obviously as the economy shifts, we've seen a necessity for people that maybe have been out of school for a while to further their career. That's why we had to focus on the master's degree. Obviously, almost a blind spot in the opportunity of creating the programs underneath them. But we're looking for that person that has been out of school for a little bit and wants to advance. That's our main target. Obviously, we love Central Florida because of the growth in our state in this area. We've seen organically how it's grown, so that's who we intend to target.
Director, if I may, I'm sorry. So to echo what Commissioner Whitaker said here a moment ago, so there are 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States, and of those, 237 of them offer entrepreneurship as a bachelor's degree. So the message is resoundingly clear that we're teaching people to become employees, right? Only 4% of institutions offer entrepreneurship as a bachelor's. So I think you're missing an opportunity there at the bachelor's level for those who do want to work for themselves, which is 80% of the American workforce. So the bachelor's level seems like the first step to me. Those who have a bachelor's degree and maybe been out of school for a while likely have gained the real world experience to go leverage that themselves, maybe without going back to school. So I'd encourage you to look at that at a bachelor's level. And also, I like the plan that you put together. It was very thoughtful and well done. Even offering a dual degree is particularly in AI or a variety of those others where someone could come out feeling prepared to be an entrepreneur with the skills in another program, right? So they could leverage not just the entrepreneurship skills, but the technical skill that they gain via your other programs. So just be thoughtful about how you're implementing that. I think you are jumping straight to the master's level is missing an opportunity for the bachelors who are entering, and you perhaps should consider dual degree enrollment for those, because that would go hand in hand with some of the excellent programs that you've chosen to initiate.
Absolutely. Just hearing the articulation and just seeing the missed opportunity, it really it was ringing bells as you guys are talking, and we really appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations with the contingencies outlined by Commissioner Cross, which are to update expenses and budget lines and review and correct errors in enrollment agreement and catalog? Did I catch that?
And contracts with possible employers and business owners. I believe. What
can we require that she was mentioning?
We can request it gently.
The business connection, sure.
Yes.
Okay. So that is do I hear a motion to accept the staff recommendations with contingencies as stated?
So moved.
Second.
And the,
They don't know.
oh,
Grant provisional licensure and grant approval 100% online synchronous and asynchronous delivery of the programs, all the programs.
so that's the motion. Do we have a motion? Make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Yep, yeah, congratulations. Okay, moving on. Our second school is Pan American University, Miami, number 10198. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Please introduce
Morning,
yourself.
Commissioners. My name is Miguel Carrillo. I'm the Executive Director of Pan American University. And with me, we have the Chair of the Board of Directors of Pan American, Maria Isabel Nájera, the Director and as well Provost of Pan American University, Mr. Sergio Mendez, and our Legal Counselor, Nathan Adams. Just as a brief opening statement, Pan American University is a student-centric university. We are an American university. Our aim is to graduate principled individuals ready to serve their communities, willing to face the social and environmental and economic challenges and opportunities that present the region. We really want them to become innovation champions, leaders of change. And we have one strong belief that world-class education does not have to be expensive. And we're more than happy to entertain any questions you have. Thank you.
Commissioners, do we have any discussion? So, sir, go ahead.
I was going to say, I like the program selection. And I think the sustainable business model as a focus is something that's going to be in extreme demand. It's the first time I've seen it. And so I think it's a fantastic choice for you to add to the suite of opportunities you have there.
So I'll stick with my same line of questioning around your employer engagement, and what is the outlook for your students based on the programs that you selected?
Well, the outlook is quite interesting. We have analyzed our programs versus the job opportunities and occupations, and prior to basically design that, and we found that about 16, 17 business occupations are currently aligned with our programs. We have run this with our 11 members of our advisory board, and as well we have run an extensive market research. Actually, we were asked to cut a little bit more of the data that we shared with you because it was too long. And we're pretty confident that we are actually fulfilling the needs of the actual business community. However, as well, we understand that it's a moving target. So we are ready to scan permanently the environment and realize that we need to move at their pace or faster than the pace of the businesses.
Okay. So you have, how many, you say you have 11 employers on your advisory board?
Yes, well, it's not employers, but we we understand that we need to really work with employers. Currently, we have 2 memorandums of understanding, 2 agreements with 2 businesses of Florida. Actually, we submitted the MOUs with 2, but it's something that we need to actually keep doing. We didn't have time to do more, actually, but it's something that is extremely important that day one we work with the business community. Particularly, we like to work with SMEs because they have more room to grow, and they're actually a little bit more aligned with our target market.
Because oftentimes in education, we use the employer, or we use data to say these are the jobs that are available, but it's really again, we have to be mindful that it's not anecdotal information just based on some higher level information that's available to us, instead of really working with employers to get to the real root of who they're hiring and what that outcome is going to be for the students. Because at the end of the day, your students are coming to you for a job, a better job, a living or a life-changing wage. So
that's correct.
And that's where they're going to get it from, the employers. Any other comments, commissioners?
I'll just follow up with, what I've asked a couple others is, have you identified an accrediting body and made attempts to reach out?
Well, not yet, because we need to be first licensed, but our
Right.
plans is to start with DIAC, which they specialize in online programs. And from day one, we will actually work with them. From day one, that if we're honored to have the license. However, we as well work at the design of the MBA, the global MBA. The design actually complies with the requirements of the AMBA, which is the accrediting body of MBAs in the world. It's one of the 3, which is Crown Council of Business Schools accreditation, along with EQUA, and ACSB. So the design of the global MBA is to comply with AMBA from the beginning. We have to graduate students, obviously, and we will work with DIAC actually to be able to, as soon as possible, get our accreditation. The accreditation it will be the number 1 priority once we get our license. It's very important.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I might encourage you, as you're seeking those industry partners, particularly about the international sustainable business bachelors that you offer there, to seek the energy sector, the environmental sector, oceanographic sector. They're obviously the greatest need and at the tip of the spear in recognizing the need for subject matter experts within sustainability. Florida's a great place to begin that.
Thank you. Great advice. We will do that, sir.
Ms. Pelton?
What demographic do you intend to recruit? Are they in-country, in-state students? Are they somewhere else? Are they primarily English speakers or speakers of other languages?
We will enroll, our focus is to enroll local students.
Okay.
Our programs will be offered either in English or Spanish online. But our focus is really in the non-traditional student, which is a student that is working most likely, or it has its own business, is older than 25 years old, and either has an associate degree, has a high school, or has actually a bachelor's degree, so we want to pursue a master's.
Because you are affiliated with an out-of-country university, is that correct?
Sorry, ma'am?
Does my memory serve you're affiliated with an out-of-country university?
Yes, our parent company is based in Guatemala.
Guatemala. So your students, you intend to recruit students here in Florida and not have Guatemalan students taking the courses for a
We will
US degree?
pursue some recruitment, obviously, outside, because it's going to help to pay the bills
Sure.
at the beginning. But our main focus will be South Florida.
Thank you.
One question I have, and this may be more for Jenna. For the students that attend institutions that are licensed in Florida that do not live in the United States, they would not have access to federal financial aid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Even if they're attending an institution that's licensed here in Florida?
Correct.
Okay. And we haven't had issues with that in the past or seen, I know that's a federal, but that's one concern. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Right, which they would have access, yes.
If there are no other discussions, then hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation, which is to grant approval of the 100% online synchronous and asynchronous delivery of the Business Administration Executive Master in Digital and International Marketing, MS, Executive Master in Digital Transformation and Innovation Management, MS, Global Executive MBA, MS, International and Digital Marketing Bachelor's Degree, and International and Sustainable Business Bachelor's Degree programs upon issuance of the provisional license.
So move.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. Congratulations.
Very much. And thank you for the support of all the officials. Thank you so much.
We're going to proceed, and then we'll take a brief break after the last one in this section, which is Westcliff University, Orlando, number 11421. If there's anyone here from Westcliff University, if you'd come to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Chris Bjornstedt. I'm the Director of Institutional Effectiveness at Westcliff University.
Good morning.
Matt Madrid, Vice President of Operations for Westcliff.
Good morning. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
I'd like to request, we made this point earlier, that as you guys expand in here, we make an effort to partition out your submissions financially for this individual license. I recognize that you're not in operation, therefore you had to show what you were at a parent level for that, but just for clarity going forward, it will help once you're operational, right, to be able to see that individual standalone institution.
If I may take a point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So currently, for initial provisional license, we require typically 3 types of financials, and I believe licensees probably know this better than I do. We require the parent, the principal, controlling principals if they do not have educational history, as well as school level.
Sure.
The rules currently, and I understand they are ambiguous, and I understand that staff has been requesting parent for renewal licenses. Going forward, please hear the commissioners when they say that we will be beginning to request school-level financials. We will revise rule to clarify and make that more clear and easily understandable. But I'd like to take this moment to announce to those of you here and those of you watching that that will be the expectation going forward. School-level financials, location-level financials. Thank you.
And Director, if I can add my personal perspective on that is if it's a separate entity, right, those are the ones. If your 6 locations have 6 licenses, but it's the exact same entity and you file 1 tax return, then obviously there isn't anything else to show.
Are there any other comments on this school? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation, which is to grant the provisional license upon meeting the following contingencies? 1, submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include a refund policy in compliance with Rule 6E 1-1.0032, 6I FAC. And the executive director will issue the provisional license when contingency is timely fulfilled, and the contingency must be fulfilled with, and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk to order.
We do need to go back to heat.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The polling is to get them at podium, not removing from the agenda.
So we have, but we're continuing with Westcliff, correct?
Yes,
Right
and
now.
I apologize for interrupting. I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
so sorry. I'm
That's
trying
okay.
to think 3 steps ahead and interrupting. So
No, that's all right.
pardon me.
So we have a motion, or do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to follow. Now I don't know where that one was. So can we, I think we're going to recess here for a brief recess and convene back in 10 minutes. Adequate? So that's almost at 11. I don't know if I'm on, okay.
Can I make a motion to leave the coffee in the room
I-
in perpetuity?
I
Put somebody on probation for that or something?
Well, welcome back. Moving on to item C on the agenda is the application for annual licensure. We have 4, so we will take them individually. Our first up is Carrick Institute, Cape Canaveral, number 6340. If there's anyone from Carrick Institute that would like to come to the microphone, we'd appreciate it. I see them coming. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Tricia Carrick, president of Carrick Institute.
And my name is Rebecca Robler with Carrick Institute.
And Chris Giorgetti from Santoro and Giorgetti.
Great. Do we have, commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Perhaps, yes.
What's that? Perhaps. All right, we'll give you a second.
I'm just, there it is. I know there was previous discussion on financial soundness, and I'm trying to find the data in here on the update of that since then. Perhaps you guys could just update me on where that status lies. Since we delayed the meeting originally, we should have some good data on your solvency and, financial.
I believe their 21s were submitted for the institution and the parent, which is Carrick Institute for Graduate Studies. Is that correct? Do you have those? Okay.
I believe so.
At this time, the institution's in the middle of DEAC accreditation, so they've just had their second off-site readiness, and then we'll be moving forward with the final site visit.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused because from the negative working capital of 2020, the 2021 was somewhat positive, but your liabilities didn't increase in an amount equal to the difference between those two. So I'm wondering where that money came from.
What the parent company?
With the parent or the institution itself?
Well, that was interesting.
The one that's
because
called Carrick Institute?
So yeah, I'm looking at the actual financial data on the summary sheet, and I'm assuming that must include the, well, I shouldn't assume. I don't know if that is the parent or not, but I'm showing that there was a large deficit for 2020, and then in 2021 there was a modest positive increase in working cash flow, but there was no increase in liabilities. So I'm wondering if you just had a massive influx of students, where did that money come from? Because you didn't take on any debt. I didn't see.
I think that's the graduate studies. I
Yeah,
think that's the
I
parent. The way it works, Commissioner Williams, is Carrick Institute for Graduate Studies is a continuing ed for clinical neuroscience.
Okay.
It's completely separate from Carrick Institute, which is the master's degree only program. That's the only program they have.
Right.
So their student population isn't.
Another good reason for us to separate parent and
Yeah,
individual
exactly.
institutions,
And we're
right?
talking about that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other discussion? Questions, comments? No? Hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation to grant the annual license?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. They like the clapping back there. I know. The next school is McDougall Technical Institute in Pompano Beach, number 6403. If there's anyone here from McDougall Technical Institute, if you'd come to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Stocker McDougall.
Octavia McDougall.
And Dr. Morrison Williams.
Commissioners, any comments, questions?
Is the on-site visit that we're contingent upon already set? Is the date already there? I know we've been delayed by a month. I don't know if that's been,
No, it hasn't been set yet, but it will be.
okay.
Give everyone some space. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the annual license upon the following contingencies being met? One is the completion of an on-site visit and report by commission staff to determine compliance with the commission standards of Chapter 6E FAC with any identified deficiencies corrected. Then the executive director shall issue the license when the contingency is timely fulfilled, and the contingency must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of clerked order.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. We have had 2 on-site visits in the last maybe 18 months from the commission already, from staff. The most recent one was when we relocated about 8 months ago. There were no violations at that time. So I would request that the commission approve our annual license so we can continue moving forward with making some of the modifications that we would like to make as well, and allow us to move forward.
Is it the same location? Is there a reason why we have a
Be a substantiation.
contingency for a visit that's already happened?
I guess I would ask the staff for clarification on that.
Yep. The last visit occurred December 14th, 2021. That on-site visit was at your new address?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were no, just to confirm, there were
No violations.
And so is there further clarification on the contingency that is on the?
I'm looking if
Okay.
we
Oh,
can
sure,
have
sure.
just a moment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Stand by.
I believe, to clarify the recommendation is not that there have been deficiencies found. It is that there has not been an on-site in some time. And we'd like to confirm before granting an annual license, as it is a new license, that there are no deficiencies at the on-site visit. So for the commissioner's consideration, that is the recommendation. It is not that there have been deficiencies found. I understand your request is to not have an on-site.
Would the commission be able to expedite that and reduce it to 60 days in the interest of time for you guys since you made that request, or is 90 days required?
I have no problem with an on-site. I mean, I welcome you to come anytime.
Oh, I'm trying to expedite it to make it less than 90.
Yeah, I
to
just
get
want
it.
to kind of like
Right.
move
No,
along
I
with the
hear
annual
you.
license.
May I ask what the impetus, I mean, you're currently operating, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the impetus for an annual license sooner? Are you seeking to modify programs or?
Yeah, so we're on a provisional right now. There are some modifications that we would like to submit to staff for consideration for some of our programs, but obviously when you're on provisional, you can't submit any changes or anything to your programs. And since we've been operating, we've noticed that we need to make some adjustments to better serve our students, but unfortunately we can't with the status that we're currently under right now with the provisional. So if the commission allows the annual license to be granted, then we can make the adjustments that we need to make at our institution to be able to better serve our students. I have no problem with you guys coming at any time to do it on site. I just would like you to approve the annual license and then come by. You can still come whenever you want in 60 days or 90 days, but making it a contingency of the annual is where I would ask for your consideration.
Well said.
I don't see any issues from the prior on-site.
Yep. Commissioner Williams, do you want to make an amendment
I would make a
to the
motion to
staff
remove
recommendation?
that contingency and grant the annual license.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion. That was his, he made a motion. I need a second. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good on you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Oh, motion passes. It's approved. Sorry,
All right,
I'm
thank
all
you very
out
much.
of order. Okay. So our next school is South College Orlando Learning Site, Orlando, number 9051. Welcome to the podium. Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. Neil Heatherly, Vice President of Healthcare Strategies for South College.
Good morning, Brett Adams, Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning, Ted Richardson, Chief Academic Officer.
Good morning, James McCoy, Campus President.
Hi, good morning. I'm Kim Hall. I'm Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advancement and Effectiveness for South College.
Okay. Welcome. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay.
It looks like there's really only an on-site left.
Yeah, and so if there is no requirement or need for the on-site for this, then we can also amend the staff recommendation, correct, Ms. Pelton?
I'm willing to amend the staff recommendation. Please do understand that we are doing on-site visits as quickly as we possibly can with constrained resources. So I understand you had an on-site visit in October of 2021.
We did.
Given that and that it was largely satisfactory or above satisfactory, I'm willing to recommend that we forego the delay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no other discussion? Is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license and grant approval of the Diagnostic Medical Sonography Diploma, Radiography AS, and Surgical Technology AS programs, and the grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous online delivery for the theory courses only in the Diagnostic Medical Sonography Diploma, Radiography AS, and Surgical Technology AS programs.
Can I, just for the record, the Diagnostic Medical Sonography program is an AS as well.
What did I say?
You're fine.
Diploma.
It's you said diploma, but it is an AS.
It
so
is an AS.
It would be AS.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a typo.
Okay.
So seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. I'm
Thank
all ready
you.
to get to the celebration. Sorry.
Thank you.
Out of rhythm. So moving on to next is Webster University, Inc., North Orlando, Orlando number 2613. There's an A, Webster University, Inc., Jacksonville, Navy Campus, Jacksonville number 2819, and B, Webster University, Inc., Melbourne, number 2818.
Hi, I'm Dawn Riddick. I'm the director of the Melbourne campus.
Welcome. Commissioners, any discussion?
This is one that I had marked for the separation of individual operating entities from the parent company as well, just as a note of point of privilege.
Your financials discuss investment activity, which has been the only source of increasing revenue in the last few years. You have declining enrollment. What is investment activity, and how do you intend to address significantly negative $32 million working capital?
I will have to ask I do not know. I would have to ask our VP for that information.
Okay.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Hearing none, I I need a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to deny the application for annual license pursuant to sections 1005.37, section 7, and 1005.38, section 1, FS Rule SE-2.0022A, FAC and Rule 6E-2.061, Section 1, FAC based upon financial soundness. That would extend the provisional license through September 30, 2023, and grant approval of the agent training program. A financial progress report shall be filed with the Commission for the January 2023 and May 2023 Commission meetings. The report shall include updated financial statements to show the effectiveness of the financial improvement plan per Rule 6E-2.0046 FAC. Okay, Floor Administrator.
So moved.
So moved. Second? Second? Is that you? Stefano, Commissioner. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. Now, moving on to item D, application for extension of annual license. We have one, and that is Strayer University Tampa, number 3207, and we can take them all together. Strayer University, that's A. Strayer University Jacksonville, number 3769. Strayer University Miramar, number 3877. Strayer University Tallahassee, number 7536.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa
Hello.
Sincere, Associate General Counsel.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Could you let us know whether there are remaining students that need to be taught out via your termination of this nursing program, or where are you in that process?
No, all students have been taught out. The last student graduated in September of 2021.
Okay.
Any other? Yes.
Can you provide background of why you decided to terminate this program?
The decision was made in 2018, and I don't have a whole lot of other background other than the primary focus of Strayer has always been more of the business, the information technology, criminal justice, and we did provide a several-year teach-out to make sure that the students did complete.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the extension of the annual license and grant the termination of the nursing BSN program?
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, next is, oops, I'm on the wrong page, sorry. Item E on the agenda is applications for annual renewal. We have 15 institutions in this section. We will be, is there a motion to consider these applications by consent from the Commissioners?
So moved. I have questions about.
Well, you get to it. First, we're going to just see if we want to do them as consent, and then you can pull.
Okay. Second.
Second? Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Williams, are you ready to go?
Can I pass and come back?
Yes. Commissioner Whitaker? Let me just take a deep breath and give you guys all a second before I call you out. So we're on Commissioner Whitaker, 14.
University of Medicine, Health Sciences.
My list.
2, 3.
Oh, okay, wait. Commissioner Williams?
Sorry. 2, 3, 5. 9, and 12.
Okay. Commissioner Stefano, oh, I'm sorry.
I think that's all. Yes, that's all.
Commissioner Stefano?
I have none to add beyond the ones that.
Okay. Commissioner Cross?
Number 1.
Okay, I gotta look at my list real quick, sorry. I have 3. I think mine are already pulled. Ms. Pelton, do the staff have any that they would like to?
Staff would like to encourage the addition of 27, 29, 31, and 32 to the list, please.
Wait, are we on the wrong?
Am I in the wrong section?
Yep, it's E, it's section E.
1 through 15.
I am on the wrong section. Everyone, I apologize. No, we have
Okay.
none to add.
What was the first one? You said 29?
Oh, wait.
I know. Oh, because they don't
We're on
exist.
application. I know, I know.
Okay. All right, okay. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on on items, I'm sorry, thank you. I'm back on track here. On items 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, and 15? 14. Those are the ones we did not pull.
So moved.
Oh.
Second.
Great. Is there any, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Now, for those being pulled, we'll go one by one. And the first one is number 1, and that is on, okay, now I gotta get back to this. I've got a lot of lists. It's good. And number 1 is Activia Training Center, Miami, number 5829. Commissioner?
Hi, good morning.
Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Rafael Moreno, owner.
Vicente Rodriguez, Student Services.
Hello and good morning. Dania Cabrera, DON.
And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel for Activa.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Just want to clarify, you have 53 current ASN nursing students?
Right now we have 49. We have 4 graduated in the last month.
And how long has the remediation plan been in place, and how is that going?
So the remediation plan is going very well. We actually have 2 students that have gone through that program and have passed NCLEX.
Both have
this
passed?
year. Yes, both have passed.
When did the cohorts that had the remediation plan in effect, when did that begin?
It began in April of 2022.
Okay. How many of the 49 students are currently under that full plan?
Well, right now, we had those 2 students, and we have 5 students that are undergoing their remediation plan, and 4 will be ready to take NCLEX by the end of this year.
4?
Yes.
So I noticed we didn't have any testers in Q3.
No.
That's correct.
Are you affiliated with any other school or institute?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation to grant the annual license for Activa, forgive me, Activa Training Center, Miami, number 5829?
So moved.
First and a second?
Sure.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2 is Agape University Pompano Beach number 5975.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello. Welcome back.
Madam Chair, I asked to pull this because I wanted to understand why we do not have data on the graduate passage rates or testers via the nursing program. There are lots of NAs on this report. Wanting to understand more about how the challenges you're facing at one site are affecting your operations at another. But let's start with the nursing program summary that I'm showing 0 testers and 0 graduates this year, only 1 last year.
Well, we've got 4 students who are going to be graduates. So our ASN and BSN programs are very small here. They're less than 10 students. And so by the end of this year, we have 4 graduates in the ASN and I believe 5 in the BSN. And that we suspect that they'll be testing this last quarter, and we'll have results for it. For the students that have tested, they've passed. This year we had, so far for the ASN, 1 student tested, 1 student passed, and no one's tested yet for the BSN, but they should all be testing by the end of this year. And then for the other programs, there aren't testing, so our master's programs, they wouldn't be taking the NCLEX exam. The vast majority of our students are in master's or in the ASN to BSN program, which they don't have to take the NCLEX exam, because for the ASN students that'd be doing the BSN, they've already taken the NCLEX and passed. So that's why there isn't a ton of data on that, because there isn't any.
Do you share resources between DeLand and Pompano?
No, we don't. We have separate locations, we have separate equipment, we have different mannequins, we have different teachers. There is some overlap, as in, like, I work at both schools, but we're separate
Faculty.
institutions. There is some overlap, but there's also different faculty, especially for the different programs, because we've got an MBA program. Obviously, they're not able to teach a nursing program at the other one. So there is some overlap, but the vast majority there is no overlap between the faculty.
So you've got some faculty that moves back and forth within the nursing program between DeLand and Pompano?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you find that might contribute to some of your challenges for having kids or students prepared for or getting them to take their test? I mean, as far as a bandwidth consideration?
No, not at all. And our graduates from the university, they do very well. We've not had anyone fail. The ASN or the BSN graduates fail the NCLEX exam, so we are very confident that how it's working there is working fine. And we've got very small classes. As I said, we've got less than 10 students enrolled in both of those programs.
So since 2019, you've had 2 testers and 2 graduates out of this program. So I'm wondering about the sustainability of this as a program and business model within your institution, because I know you have operating costs and fixed costs and labor costs, and you're putting money into this. You've had 2 folks in 3 years go through. What's the plan going forward for either increasing enrollment or making a decision about whether this is the right offering for you?
Well, the school's financials are very strong, and we have a broad range of programs. So we're not struggling financially to do it, and we're going slowly with the university. It also started later than the academy, so it's a couple of years behind. And so any growth that's going to happen will be at a slow pace. And the financials are strong. We're okay right now, and we don't think we need to expand our numbers just to expand numbers.
Sure. The financials are strong enough to have a dedicated resource that doesn't drive back and forth between Pompano and DeLand, though, right?
It's Delray.
Delray, excuse me.
Pardon me?
I'm just saying, you speak about robust financials, but we're sharing resources between the programs while one of them is struggling. So I'm wondering about the investment into this program to really make it where it needs to be for national averages.
Well, we're not sharing resources. There are some staff overlap. And the school has strong financials. There is strong funding in the school. The vast majority of our programs are graduate and ASN to BSN. And so where the associate and bachelor's degree is only a small portion of the entire school. And so there have been no issues with financing. We've been able to pay for it. There's also to have the knowledge, to have two separate directors of compliance, I believe would be unnecessary as we're able to do both, I'm able to do both jobs.
Well, I meant specifically the faculty for those two programs, but yeah, I hear you. So I guess I just have concerns that overlap our previous conversation of what these rates, even outside of the nursing program, I think if I can do my math right here, graduates or at a third or less of your enrollments. So I have concerns that the same challenges you're facing that we spoke about earlier could overlap into other programs where you just don't have enough folks graduating and actually testing out and saying they've completed the program. So it feels systemic. And is there no need for remediation at the Pompano campus whatsoever? You feel like you've got that where it needs to be?
Well, we're always making improvements at the school, and hey, if we learn something that works well at one school, we can implement it at the other. Now, there's no remediation plan. We haven't been ordered to do a remediation plan, but that doesn't mean we're not improving all the campuses. And the other thing is that a lot of our graduates from the other programs, they wouldn't be taking, I guess I'm not sure about the numbers you're looking at, but they wouldn't be testing anywhere for that to show up. So if you have an ASN to BSN, they wouldn't be taking.
Well, no, I was just looking at graduates themselves as a third or less of the enrollment. So let me ask you a different question then. What are you doing right in Pompano that you're not doing the other location?
There are two different types of. First, the reason, so there's only two programs that overlap at both schools. So it's the ASN and the BSN. I think with the university, the success has been very small classes. That has been very successful. And we've also had the ability to, that when we see things that worked in the academy and the changes we made there, we implemented it at the university before any problems came up. And so the university is a couple years younger, and so we're able to learn from the mistakes that were made, any of the issues, the things that worked. We're implementing them at the university, and so we're seeing that success there. And then the other programs, they're completely different programs. So our master's level programs, our ASN to BSN, are completely different, and and different level students. So a high school graduate who's just getting into nursing is very different than somebody who has been in nursing for 10 years, 15 years, who's going to get their bachelor's or going to get their master's. So the student body is also very different as well.
I have nothing further, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, please, sir.
On your clinicals listing, it looks like they've all expired except for one, and it's a long distance away, according to the matrix in Sebring.
It may be that hasn't been updated. This was submitted in earlier this year, but no, all of the clinicals have been renewed. And we've submitted any of the updated paperwork as well.
Okay.
And are we, staff, I mean, I'm interested in if that's a.
We're happy to resubmit those as part of the contingency. Not a problem.
Okay, we can add that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? So if there's no further discussion, commissioners, we need a motion to accept the staff recommendations. Whoops, I lost my page. Sorry. To grant the annual license upon the following contingency of 1, being an updated enrollment agreement and catalog to include the refund policy, and 2, to resubmit the clinical agreements demonstrating that there are adequate and clinical agreements for the school. Do we have a motion?
Second.
And second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so our next is number 3 that was pulled was American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, Pembroke Pines, number 2808.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris, representing AUC School of Medicine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, do we have any?
Bob, could you help me understand the corporate structure here, how this unit operates and relationship with its parent company? I'm baffled a little bit by the financials because they're a blend of both location and parent company. I just want to understand that corporate structure.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, I apologize. I cannot really do that justice. I mean, I've been representing this school for years, but I'm not obviously daily involved with that corporation. But I can tell you this, is that you'll see it's Adtalem Global Education is the entity that owns this medical school as well as the other medical school, Ross University School of Medicine, so that's the parent company. There was a transaction years ago which took place where DeVry Medical was moved out and now owned by another entity. That's why it's still listed there, just because you don't go in and change it unless you absolutely need it. But Adtalem Global Education is the parent company that operates all their institutions nationwide and these 2 foreign medical schools.
Ms. Pelton, do you have something that you?
I was going to share a point of privilege. I don't believe that this is something the commissioners have come across as yet. So what we are approving here is American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine is accredited by an approved accreditor by the U.S. Department of Education. So we are not licensing the institution. All we are licensing is students' ability to do clinicals in the state of Florida.
Yeah, that is correct.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What this process has been in place, Mr. Ferguson's well aware of it, over the past 25, 30 years. Any foreign medical school, and again, there's several, of course, have to have their clinical agreements if they're operated in any state. The same thing with Pennsylvania, California, Ohio, wherever they are. But they have to have those agreements approved, and generally the students spend year 1 and 2 at the foreign medical school, and then come to the U.S. and spend year 3 and 4 doing those clinical arrangements with GFCME accredited hospitals. In other words, they have to be the high-end hospitals.
So the clinical portion that's here in the States doesn't have a physical location. There's a relationship. Okay.
No.
That's why I was confused, is I couldn't figure out how
understand.
we were operating here.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation to grant the annual license?
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one that was pulled is number 5, Atlantic Institute of Oriental Medicine, Inc., Fort Lauderdale, number 2641. Doesn't appear to be anyone here to represent the school, but commissioners, is there a discussion?
I had a note on this to ask about their current budget to actuals, which was something I outlined previously. I don't think they're going to be able to speak to that since no one is here because of the previous solvency concerns. I wanted to know how the 2022 was looking, but we don't have that data, nor do we have somebody here to help clarify that. So perhaps we can ask it.
So we would want to make a contingency or to clarify?
Yeah, I think what I'm hoping to, I'd be happy to grant with a contingency and on updated financial information.
Okay.
Year-to-date numbers considering their loss for 2021.
Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, we'll take a motion to accept staff recommendations with contingency to grant the annual license contingent upon updated financial information year-to-date based on loss.
So move.
Stefano, Commissioner Stefano?
Second.
Commissioner Cross? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. The next one is number 9, Instituto Morangione, Miami, number 5827. How? Help me.
Stephen Aikello, Campus Director for Istituto Marangoni.
Giorgio Invernizzi, Chief Financial Officer.
And I'm Joe DePiro, the Academic Director for Istituto Marangoni.
Maria Bana, International Student Specialist.
Welcome.
Chair, I had asked for this to be pulled because I wanted to see if, and I'm glad your financial officer is here, because I was hoping you might walk me through if there was an injection of capital. Your enrollment numbers don't really reflect the working capital inversion that you made, which was significant. And I'd love to know how you find that kind of money. So we all can find it, hopefully, right?
Shareholders are providing resources for continuing the student, and every year we are converting. We are doing capital. We are calling capital increase, and through fresh money or conversion of not payable and shareholder loans.
And those are
last year we just converted 2 million, more than 2 million.
Was that taken on in the form of debt, or as it actual shareholder contributions that are?
Sorry?
What was it? Was it through debt or was it through shareholder contributions?
Shareholder contribution.
Okay. All right. Good for you. Do you guys are you projecting? Tell me about your 2022 numbers, because you obviously felt confident running into this year to take on those additional shareholder contributions. So.
2022 we will almost doubling the revenues. So we are in line with our budget, and we will reach the break-even. That's the most important thing.
That's all any of us can ask for, right? Outstanding. Well, thanks for that clarity. I just wanted to understand that dramatic swing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a motion to to approve with staff recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Whitaker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So many times, and then all of a sudden forget. Number 12, UNAD Florida Sunrise, number 2900.
Good morning, Jesús Fuenmayor, Executive Director.
Good morning, Guadalupe Bañuls, Academic Dean.
Good morning, my name is Gina Valverde, Administrative Service.
Good morning, Nancy Rodriguez, Member Board of Directors.
Very good, welcome.
Chair, I had asked for this to pull for the exact same reason that we just went through with with the prior licensee. There's it doesn't show Florida-specific revenue, and of course it shows international balance sheets and not individual level P&Ls. But that's beside the point. That my real question is there weren't enough enrollments to make the financial impact that was recorded. You guys had a pretty significant swing, and since the guys before you explained where they found so much money, I'd like to understand where you guys found your money as well, because there were some significant changes in year over year.
I'm going to defer to the financial people. I'm going to try to
I am,
translate.
because you had year over year losses with no increases in enrollments, so that would not spell an increase in working capital, but somehow that money appeared.
Quieren saber si, dado que no había un incremento de enrollment tan grande, ¿cómo pasamos de pérdida a ganancia, de dónde se da?
De que se vino de educación continua, y de un plan de recuperamiento que se gestionó para poder hacer la universidad autosostenible.
Okay, so they inform us that we have different options in continuing education programs. That's quite large. And we also did all the refolding of the financial. We were asked last year to do a refolding on our finances. So we did a restructuring of our finances, and that's how we get it up from losses to profit.
All right. And did that restructuring affect your students, your curriculum, your faculty, your operations?
No, ¿se afectó eso los estudiantes? No, it didn't. We actually are increasing our enrollment now from last year.
Okay. Well, congratulations on making that swing. I know the past 2 years have been tough for everybody, but it looks like you guys might be pulling out of that, at least in the black. It's a good thing, good place to be. Thank you. Chair, I have nothing else.
Okay. Any other commissioners, comments? Hearing no further discussion, I need a motion to accept the staff recommendations to grant the annual license.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
And then the last in this section is University of Medicine and Health Sciences, West Palm Beach, number 5939.
Hello, Warren Ross, President, University of Medicine and Health Sciences.
Hi, thank you for being here. I just wanted to, you have a very large program and the financials look like you're doing well. And I assume we're just, like the previous one, we discussed approving clinicals. And I know there has been a shortage of clinical positions with our, partner hospitals in Florida, and I just wanted to see who you are planning on partnering with. I think you have them listed, and just how that, is, if you have gotten clear indication that there will be opportunities for your students to.
So the goal is to, on an ongoing basis, establish more clinical affiliations throughout the United States. We're affiliated with hospitals not only in Florida, but also New York, Illinois, Michigan, Oklahoma, Puerto Rico, Canada. But the goal is always to expand the clinical program to provide more opportunities for students throughout the United States. Our population of students come from the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico. Our goal is always to expand in Florida. We have a significant population of students that love Florida. They love the opportunities here, and they love to stay here for residencies after they complete the program. So the goal, in my view, is to expand the clinical opportunities. I'm in constant contact with our affiliates currently here to expand clinical opportunities, as well as look at other hospitals and other relationships as we move forward.
Okay. Yes, you have, your program seems very impressive, and the outcomes, and what is the average tuition?
It's not specifically, somewhere around $12,000 in the basic sciences, a little higher in the clinical science program. One of the things about myself, I've been in academia since 1978, and I am very student-oriented. I've run alumni associations for years, so I try to purposely keep my tuition down, because I know at the end of the day, if you ever talk to alumni, the one thing that they always are upset about is how much they have to pay back at the end of the day. So we try to keep our tuition lower than many other schools, and so that's where our numbers are.
And how does Florida, with your clinical partnerships, compare to other states? Have you had?
It's good. It's strong. I mean, we love being down here. We like our relationships with the hospitals. We reach out to them. We have ongoing conversations with them about the clinical opportunities. So I think that we're very strong in Florida. And I know one of the other things, not only our students from Florida love being in Florida and have the opportunity to do the rotations here, but we also have a significant population of students who are from Puerto Rico, and they love the opportunity to be able to come to Florida for clinical opportunities.
I encourage you to continue to attract them to Florida. And you're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we need a motion to accept staff recommendations to grant the annual license and order the institution to provide renewal documentation of the comparability determination, from the National Committee on Foreign Medical Education Accreditation, United States Department of Education recognizing the medical school accreditation standards of St. Martin to include effective dates within 60 days of the determination.
So moved.
Second.
I have a question. That last part, so, I wasn't sure exactly what you just said, but, our accreditor is ACCM. ACCM is recognized by NCFMEA, and I know that that approval occurred in 2019. So is there something else that you're seeking? Because I know there was a question from Jason who said, we need additional support for that, and we wrote back and said, this is the letter, so is there something else?
And I'll defer to Ms. Pelton.
When did you provide that documentation?
We provided it this last round, and we also provided in prior rounds. It was a letter that was generated in 2019 by NCFMEA.
So we need the effective dates.
What's that?
We are unclear on the effective dates of St. Martin's. I think you said ACCM is St. Martin's recognized NCFMEA accreditor?
St. Kitts, yes.
St. Kitts, okay. We need the effective dates, documentation, particularly with the comparability standards, which is a document you can get from USDOE and NCFMEA, that indicate the effective dates. Because I hear you that the letter went out in 2019. We do not know if that is still effective.
Okay.
And please reach out to me if we can help flesh that out or help reach out to USDOE to get that information.
Okay.
And that was one more, Sir Chair, thing I did want to point out, that our staff recommendation is St. Martin, and looking at their information at St. Kitts, so we may need to just make that
Okay, because this
change.
specifically stated St. Martin, but it should be both, St. Martin and St. Kitts?
No, I believe that the institution, good catch, Commissioner Whitaker, thank you for bringing it to my attention. The institution is located in St. Kitts.
Okay, okay.
So I will make sure that that is corrected in our system as a discrepancy, but feel free to reach out directly to me if we need to work together to get the correct documentation.
Sure, no problem.
So the motion is first and second. We had clarification. Calling a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes that section. Section F, application for license by means of accreditation. Do I have to do anything else for those ones that we just, okay, great. There are none this agenda, so moving on to section G on the agenda is annual renewal of license by means of accreditation. We have 10 institutions in this section. We would like to see if we can take those by consent. I need a motion to consider these applications by consent.
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull for individual consideration. Commissioner Whitaker?
Can you circle back to me,
Sure,
please?
sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
None. Commissioner Williams, no? Commissioner Stefano?
I'll defer to during staff recommendation.
Okay. And Ms. Pelton, is there any recommendations or consent that the staff would like to pull?
We have none.
Okay.
Good.
Commissioner Whitaker, you still need a
good.
moment? You're good? Okay, great. And I have none either. So hearing that, I'll take a motion to accept staff recommendations on all items 1 through 10.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. So section H on the agenda is applications for program approvals or modifications. We have two. We'll take those one at a time. So the first one is Gannon University, Ruskin number 5229. And I see they're coming up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarah Ewing. I'm Dean of the College of Health Professions and Sciences at Gannon University, and that includes our Ruskin campus.
Good afternoon. My name is Desi Herder. I am the Director of Enrollment Services and the Interim Director of Operations at our Ruskin, Florida location.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion?
I'm interested in your analysis that shows the demand within that region, that area, or is it just that it's online, so it's inconsequential, the population density down there? I live not very far from there, and Ruskin's tiny.
It is, yes. So we utilize two independent third-party vendors to do a market analysis demand for domestic student interest in these programs. And from that analysis, we saw that there was still opportunity and demand for that region and beyond. Three of the programs that we have on the list are online, so it does kind of allow us to look everywhere, but the Business Analytics MBA is on ground, so that was an important part of our review. So that was kind of our main approach, and we looked at both national demand as well as regional demand. So one of our third-party vendors could look within a 50-mile radius from the Ruskin location, and that's how we finalized that decision.
And did you likewise get labor market information or wage and earning and placement outcomes?
Yes, one of the vendors we used was Gray Associates, so it looked at not only student completions relative to competitor organizations, student interest through a large number of factors and variables, but also job outlook and employment data, which includes BLS as well as other sources of data to look at that job market.
Because I see athletic trainer too. I mean, I obviously it's a lot of the healthcare. I mean, we know that that's all still very high wage demand and high demand. Athletic training?
Athletic training, you'll see in a few weeks. We did put forward a recommendation to terminate that academic program due to low enrollment, low interest. And so we can talk more or answer questions now about that as well.
I'm merely asking because of the output, where they're going to go to work. And so that answers my question, honestly, because it will be no longer at some point in time. But because that would be my biggest concern for that particular field.
And of these, which ones are you expecting, physical attendance, or are you?
Yeah, absolutely. So the ones that are under review or that we submitted for approval, it's the MBA Business Analytics will be on-campus presence. We anticipate or hope for an enrollment of about 20 to 25 students per cohort. And then the MBA traditional program is fully online, and then the two certificate programs are fully online. But certainly we welcome any of our local regional students to come to campus and utilize services on campus should they wish to do so.
Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, I need a motion to accept staff recommendations to grant approval of the Business Administration MBA, the Business Analytics MBA, Business Essentials College Credit Certificate, and Healthcare Business Analytics College Credit Certificate programs. And we would grant approval of the 100% online asynchronous delivery for the Business Administration MBA, Business Essentials College Credit Certificate, and Healthcare Business Analytics College Credit Certificate programs upon approval of the programs themselves.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Next is Southern Technical College, Orlando, number 2476. That includes A, B, and C. Southern Technical College, Auburndale, number 3470. Southern Technical College, Brandon, 4253. Southern Technical College, Sanford, 3841. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Reed Allison. I'm CEO of Southern Technical Colleges.
Bob Harris on behalf of Southern Technical College.
Commissioners, any questions?
I only had a note on this, Mr. Allison, to tell you what a great job you did on this data. And it was refreshing and awesome to be able to see everything individually and understand how those individual units are performing relative to you guys as a parent company. And it was really refreshing, and I wanted to commend you for the detailed nature of your submissions here, because I know it was a lot.
Well, thank you very much, and we've always tried to do our best to work with the commission and provide any information that'll help you make, informed decisions.
Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, I'll take a motion to grant approval of the Business Office Specialist Diploma and grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous online delivery for the Business Operations Specialist Diploma program upon approval of the program itself.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next section on the agenda is a motion for extension of license. There's only one, so we'll hear that one, obviously. Lucelle University, Miami, number 7748.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Max Vedares. I'm Executive Director from Lucelle University.
Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
How's the teach out going?
Right now, we are waiting for the official approval. So we have currently 45 students who are almost to finish their degree on December this year.
I'm sorry, say the number?
45.
Okay. Ms. Pelton, were you going to add anything there?
Are those students going to finish by December 31st?
That's what we are expecting. We have, our main concern are the students and give it the best option for them. So aside of the normal program, we have tutors who are following them, to be sure they finish.
Great. Great to hear. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations to grant the extension of the provisional license through December 31, 2022?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion is adopted.
Thank you so much. And we want to say thank you to Mr. Ferguson also, as well as all the other institutions. Thank you so much, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. Next, we have Section J, motion for request of extension of time to comply with contingencies, and we have none. We'll move on to Section K, substantive change approval on the agenda. And are we trying to do these by consent? We would. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
So we'll take these, the motion passes to take these by consent. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull.
Number one.
Commissioner Williams, you have number one.
Yes, ma'am. And number 6.
Okay. Commissioner Stefano?
You come back to me.
Sure. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Okay,
I'm sorry, you're good?
yes.
Okay. Commissioner Stefano?
No, I'll defer to staff
Okay.
recommendations.
Ms. Pelton, does the staff wish to pull any for consideration?
We do not.
Do not?
Do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll take them in order. Number one, Cesar Vallejo, I'm sorry. No.
First, we need a motion to approve the staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Is there a staff motion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is approved. Thanks, Jen.
No problem.
Next, we'll take them in order. So now we'll look at number one, Cesar Vallejo College, Miami, number 5715. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chris Harrison. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Cesar Vallejo College. Next with me is Mr. Cesar Acuña. He's the CEO of Cesar Vallejo College. And Arena is our CPA.
Commissioner Williams.
So I'm confident you know what I'm going to ask. So perhaps you could tell me how the year-to-date is going, given your loss from last year and where you are in solvency and your financial soundness.
Absolutely. So, Commissioner Williams, one of the things we want to acknowledge is that in the past, as any institution, we made some mistakes. Starting in January this year, the board appointed Mr. Cesar Acuña as the new CEO of the institution, which means we started to restructure the organization. That included my appointment back in June of this year. That meant that we need to look at our financial structure. We revamped completely our financial structure, our operating budget already. We cleaned it up. We reduced expenses dramatically on it. And we're in a trend now to manage our expenses below the 10, 15 to 20% of what's approval. At the same time, our expenses are going down. Our enrollments are going up month over month. So we're in a trajectory now to turn around the institution. With new structure, we're investing in the students' platform solutions and experience, injecting instructional designer. We're going to be going live with a student information system next week, which will provide a unified experience to our students and faculties and administrators. So we're completely turning around the institution from 180 degrees over the last 6 months or so.
Well, I applaud you from the comprehensive nature of your efforts there. How have all these changes and these comprehensive changes affected your students?
Great question. In a positive way, they're seeing that we have much more responsive. In the past, we used to outsource a lot of our services, including IT and marketing. All that is brought in-house now. So we have a director of IT that is focused now on supporting our students 7/24 around the clock, supporting our faculty as well. We're providing better tools to manage the quality of the pedagogical teaching of our faculty members. We're instituting badging and credentialing for our students to be recognized as they achieve each milestone through the courses and as they progress through their academic career at Cesar Vallejo College. So we're really injecting a lot of technology and solutions and efforts into improving the quality and the experience of the student, which at the end of the day is the reason why we're here, the reason why we want to make sure that those students are successful through the journey at Cesar Vallejo College.
So I see the 61 students somewhere there in there. Does that sound about right?
Currently, we have 166 students enrolled as of now.
So you've enrolled 100 students this year?
Between last year, I think might have been not reported accurately on it, but last year we did a huge jump in students, and now we're trending this month about 12 to 16. The month of November will be in the 20s, December in the 30s, so next year we'll be hovering about 30, 35. That's where we want to stand. We don't want to admit just any student. If you admit just any student, they're going to fail. We want to make sure they're prepared and they're ready to take on the courses and the quality of the education that Cesar College is going to offer. So we're trying to limit the number of students that are coming through our school to make sure they get a quality education. Also focusing on the ratio of faculty to student to make sure we don't exceed that. At the end of the day, we want to make sure they have a good experience.
So you should be preparing in the next, 18 months to have a graduating class, right?
Yes, sir. We have, as a matter of fact, by the end of the year, we'll have about 9 students already graduating. And then next year, every month or so, we'll have more students. But December will be our biggest graduation. We're anticipating 9 students to finish the course between 7 and 9, so we'll do a big graduation in December and then consecutive next year as well. So this year for us is very important. It is a pivotal year where we're switching around the gears, we're refocusing on the students, we're cleaning up our financial structure and make sure that we become sustainable, and we're focused again on what's important, which is really the health and the quality of education for our students. That's really our #1 goal.
Well, that sounds comprehensive enough so that you wouldn't mind providing us year-to-date financials as a contingency on granting the annual license, just so we can see how well you guys have performed this year?
Absolutely.
Great. Well, I applaud you on having such great answers to that. I know it looked like a tough year last year, and it sounds like you've made a...
We're trying to move the needle. It takes a lot of effort.
Of course.
This is not easy on it. We basically moved the organization the last 6 months 180 degrees. We changed some of the leadership in place. We brought in new people on board. We took a lot of the outsourced services in-house now, marketing, things like that. Student support, we have a student affair director that focuses on the quality of the students and pays attention to them as well. Even though we're a small college, we want to make sure that we focus on really providing them with a good quality of education, which is at the end of the day why we're all here.
Do you have any current supply chain management students?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Are they going to be graduating within this next upcoming class you're talking
No,
about?
not until next year.
Not until next year?
Yep.
Okay.
Majority of our students are in the management and in national marketing. And then third becomes supply chain, and then fourth will be in national business.
Yep.
Of those 166 students, how many are on ground and how many are online?
We're 100% online.
And largely, where are the students located?
We got students throughout the world. We got students from Florida, and some of them are in Latin America.
Would you say the majority are in the U.S. or out of country?
I would say majority for the time being are out of the country as we continue to build the pipeline and really have a brand awareness. We want to make sure the students understand Cesar College. Back in Latin America, they're one of the largest institutions in the region. So we're trying to capitalize on a lot of the students that are migrating to the United States, second generations that can resonate. Their parents went to the parent university in Lima, Peru, for them to be able to attend here and have an economic impact. But we're catering to the entire Hispanic community in South Florida.
So graduates are coming to Florida to work, or are they staying in their home country and working?
Some of them are coming here. Some of them are staying in the country. We have 2019, we had our first graduate, Fernando Galindez. Fernando actually finished his associate degree from Miami-Dade College, transferred to Cesar College, graduated 2019, and now he's pursuing a master at Millennium Atlantic University in Doral.
Congratulations to him.
Yes, that's a great milestone for us, so very proud of that.
So I think you might have mentioned this, but I want to get the number correct. So talk about your graduation rates. What are you expecting to change? How are you expecting that to change?
Yep. So we have right now in terms of retention, we have a 74.4% retention. We have, let's talk about passing rates. We have a passing rate of about 90% for our students. So we have a very high percentage of students that are going to be graduating. Some of them started maybe with 1-year degree, some of them with an associate, depending on where they are. That's where you're going to see them stagger across over the next 18 months. But a big chunk that started at the same time, they're coming together to graduate at the end of the year. So some of them are finishing now in October, some in November, some in December, but there'll be a large pool. The largest number of students graduating ever in the history of Cesar College will be in December 9.
And how long, forgive me for not knowing this, how long have you been in Miami operating?
Since 2018.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
You know, I think when I think about graduate, because it's about students, you know, they come to us because they want to complete and they want to get a job. And so they can't get a job if they don't complete, and et cetera. And it's a time and resource issue. So, you know, having clear goals on their completion is really paramount, I think, to strategic success for any institution. So that, that's just because what I'm seeing is really low graduation and placement, and that would be something that I would highly recommend that you continue to laser focus on. And I think it sounds like a lot of your supports that you've built in, student services and all the other, IT support is a really strong indicator that you can help move the students to completion.
We believe that's paying dividends, and it's going to pay dividends long term. And this is just a beginning. We're going to continue to invest in technology and quality of education. We evaluate our faculty members on a monthly, quarterly basis on it to make sure that they're meeting the expectations on it. So we have a lot of checks and balances in place to make sure that the quality of education through whatever delivery method is, whether it's online through Blackboard or the faculty or the quality of the content, it's up there, apart, and we're constantly evolving and improving it to make sure that we are up to par and we can separate ourselves from the rest of the competitors.
Okay. One other thing that you mentioned, you talked about bringing in a better caliber student. I mean, don't let me put words in your mouth, but so do you have new admissions criteria for students?
Our admissions criteria has not changed since day one. We've set up the bar pretty, reasonably high. There's a whole admissions process, including the application, the ACT, English test, and all those things in place to make sure that they're ready for it. But there's also discussion around them. What is your background? How are you going to fit into here? We don't just want to cram students in there and have them leave the next semester in place. That damages the ecosystem, damages education, damages themselves. So we're trying to be as candid as possible with them to make sure that they are going to be a good fit long-term. And that they understand that this is a long-term commitment, especially in a bachelor's degree. If you're starting from the ground up, you got the next 4 years that you're going to be dedicating your time and effort. And you're going to go through ups and downs in family and sickness and things like that. So we're very conscious about that. That's why you don't see huge numbers of enrollments. That's why you only see 4 bachelors and 1 associate. We're not going with 15 undergraduate and 17 graduate programs. We want to build the house well, make sure we have a solid foundation, and then the following year we'll probably be in front of you to try to get approval for some of the master's degree program that we feel are going to be value to our students and are going to be a roadmap.
Great. And so one last comment or thought about the stackable credentials is a really viable way to make sure that students, when life gets in the way, have something that they've attained while they're pursuing a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree for that matter. And there are certificates and industry certifications that can be embedded within programs to make sure that students are, when they get to certain milestones, earn a credential. And that way it's a completion strategy, but it's also certainly a safety net for them to have something when they meet those milestones. And it's something I'd highly encourage you to look at, especially within the program areas that you have.
Absolutely, and it's part of our Q2 fiscal year roadmap in there, stackable credentials for the students so they can see achievements in a short period of time. They don't get discouraged.
Okay.
Thank you for the feedback.
Sure.
Could you tell me the parent company's appetite for enduring continued net losses while you're riding this ship?
Absolutely, long-term commitment. Cesar not only is the CEO, but he's also part of the board. We just got a letter by the founder, dated September 23rd. We'll submit that to the commission through Mr. Chris DeSalvo here, which continues to support financially. This is a long-term investment, and they know that, and they understand that. They are here for the long term, for long haul, until this becomes sustainable, until they've been in education for 30 plus years. As a matter of fact, they're going to be, their anniversary is this year for 30 years in higher education. So they understand that this takes time and effort, patience, and resiliency.
Fair enough.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to accept the staff recommendations to grant the annual license. Did we have a contingency that came out of that? No. Find that the substantive change has occurred and issue a provisional license through March 31, 2023, based upon the financial soundness of the institution, and a progress report shall be filed with the Commission for the January 2023 and May 2023 Commission meetings. The report shall include updated financial statements to show the effectiveness of the plan that was put in place.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. So that's the motion.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, I need a motion. You're first? Second? Anyone seconding? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
To clarify, the report should
Thank you very much. I
please
want to thank you, Mr. Ferguson, as well. Thank you very much.
please have the report include the year-to-date financials requested by
Oh,
Mr.
that's what it was.
Williams.
I knew there was something. Thank you. Okay. And the next one is Riggs College of Allied Health, Longwood, number 7648. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Yemi Oladimeji Adekunle, CEO.
Good afternoon. Stephanie Fleming, Program Director for Criminal Justice.
Good afternoon. Lisa Acevedo, Program Director for Business Administration.
Good afternoon. Dr. Miller, Program Director for Nursing.
Hello, I'm Lynn Picarello, and I'm a nursing instructor.
Erica Simmons, Admissions Director.
Good afternoon, I'm Shadi Bauer, I'm Admissions Coordinator.
Good afternoon, Martin Acevedo, Business Manager.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Oladimeji Adekunle.
Okay. Commissioners, discussion?
Chair, I asked for this to be pulled, and I'll reference a conversation I had with the director last week about the thoroughness or the reality of audits. The audit that was performed here that is attached has lots of misspellings, lots of typos. There's a lack of parity among the financial statements. It makes me doubt the authenticity that an audit was actually completed. Do you guys know your accountant personally?
No, I've been working with him for quite a while.
Okay, because he has no LinkedIn page, he has no website, there's no answer to the telephone number that is attached to that office, and there is a license in Maryland, but what we were presented here looks in no way like an actual audit. There's no document reference number at the bottom that I think Counselor here would agree there should be. No methodologies, no evidence that was supportive. I need clarity.
Mr. Williams, we'll make sure that that occurs, that whatever, I'm sure it's not anything other than just not, and probably as good as it should be, but we will make sure that you have all the information you need to make sure that that audit was performed by someone who has the skills and ability to do that, it was done properly. And if not, something else will be submitted. Okay?
Well, perhaps there's a contingency to add here based on the litany of requests I'm looking at here.
While you're doing that, I think I need some clarification from the staff. So on the actual request that is a substantive change based on an NIC purpose, so I just need some guidance here because I'm hearing some of the folks representing criminal justice and business, but it's largely an allied health school. So is that where I'm getting like kind of conflicting or confusing information. So I'm trying to understand.
He's seeking to add programs.
I believe it's because they're changing from allied health to business, and that is considered a change of purpose under our rules, and as such, it's considered a substantive change that has to be approved by the commission.
And there's a name change
So
to college.
before we can
Yeah.
make a substantive change, we have to grant a license. So the license has to be granted, and then a substantive change has to be found.
Okay. Okay, is there any other discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, we can
Yeah,
make it a.
yeah. If you don't mind, could you address? I mean, you've got a fantastic team here in front of you. You're obviously carrying labor costs. You obviously have fixed overhead. You're evolving as a business, but based on the data I have, you have about 3 weeks of days cash on hand at the end of the year last year. And I just would love to hear how this year is going, and if this transition is because you have the bandwidth to add these new programs, or because you've not been successful with the existing programs and you're trying to pivot to something different.
Thank you, commissioners. It's not because that we are not successful. The mission of my life, when I came to United States, went to school here, so one day to own a college so that I'll be able to contribute to people's life. I've come across a lot of people that after the high school, they get into the labor force, they want to move on in their life. Many people want to go to the law school, so they will be compelled to do a political science. In the process of doing political science, they will not be able to move on because they need to be able to demonstrate that they get into the law school. So for example, some students in high school, many of them, they are not good test takers, and they want to pursue law program. So the system forced them to take what we call LSAT. Many of these high school students, in the process, when they got to college to take LSAT to get to the law school, it becomes so difficult. Then I contacted many universities. How can our program be of help to help people that want to become a lawyer? And I was told if we can introduce criminal justice degree and make it possible for the possibility of people coming to this school and take classes online. If they take classes online in criminal justice program, it's going to be easy for them to really make their LSAT so they'll be able to get into 3+3 program to get a law degree. And coming to the business administration, I see in the workforce today, many people of my age or above my age, they are working. There is no opportunity for them to get a degree. And I can see that many people can remain on a salary of $20 or $22. If they've been working in a job for so many years, their employer can easily sponsor them to get a college degree, which they will take online, which I believe in the community where our school located. We are located in a very small community in Longwood, so many people approach us that they want to get a degree in business administration. That was what really motivated us to try to get additional degree into the program that we currently offer in our school.
And how quickly are you going to begin enrolling?
Sir?
When would you begin enrollment for these programs?
We're planning to begin enrollment from the beginning of our next academic session, which is going to be when? In January.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'd like to obviously get some updated information from the previous year's audit that doesn't look like an audit at all, and then make sure that you guys have the bandwidth financially to support these wonderful people that you're employing up here who obviously are excited to get the program started. But if last year looks like this year, then there may be a resource issue for you expanding into this, and
Yep.
I just have concerns about that I'd like to add a contingency with of some sort.
No, Mr. Williams, I understand completely, and I think that's something that they need to provide to you in writing, something that this commission can be tied to, and their obligation is how they're looking at that, how they're actually going to do that, what are the steps they're going to take to make sure they do have the resources, because you can have dreams and visions about starting programs, but if you don't have the resources available, that's all that remains.
Can we
is
put
dream
that
and
on a
vision.
T-shirt?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to put
Yes.
what you just said on a T-shirt and just pass them out free to everybody, so.
We can make that the
Get the
uniform of the
resources
day,
for
no
those free
problem.
shirts.
Right.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the financials, it's, why would an institution utilize a CPA to do an audit you're based in Florida, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it common to do that?
No.
And because, I mean, they may not even have the credentials to practice in
Well,
Florida.
so that individual showing a current CPA license in Maryland, but the local chamber out of Silver Springs, Maryland, shows that business to be permanently closed. So I called his number, and there was no office there. And if you've reviewed audits, you know that three or four pages is not an audit, and especially with typos and misspellings that are throughout.
So what is our authority when it comes to the financial audits and approving licensures and changes, and if there's not an accurate audit being provided, or we don't know if it's accurate or legitimate?
The only requirement in statute is that a properly licensed, independent certified professional accountant complete the documents. It doesn't say what state they have to be licensed in. I believe they would be willing to submit an updated audit if that is what you would request as a contingency.
Absolutely, yep.
Be great.
Martin is exactly correct.
There you go.
There you go. And it sounds like you're also requesting a financial improvement plan, outlining the resources that would be provided to maintain these current programs and start the new programs.
Mr. Parton, I think it, not only based on Commissioner Williams' question, not only just a financial improvement plan, but really kind of a step-by-step. These new programs, it's a new direction. How's all that going to tie in? Because it's different market, different analysis, those kinds of things. So in addition to financial improvement, also kind of let's show how they're going to get to that point. So, yes, ma'am.
But that's not.
Thank you.
It's only for that one. So any further discussion? I think that we can make a motion. I need a motion then to accept staff recommendations with the contingencies of an updated audit as well as a financial improvement plan.
And a plan for ensuring that outlining the steps and ensuring that there are resources sufficient for the current programs and how to implement the new programs.
Perfect. Yes, ma'am.
And so those staff recommendations then are to, with those contingencies in mind, to grant approval of substantive change in credentials and issue the provisional license through May 31, 2023, and to grant approval of the Physician's Assistant Studies, MMS program upon return to annual license.
Correct.
One last thing, Counselor, the city is misspelled on sunbiz.org for where they are located to add to the complexity. So while you're making revisions on those types of things, you may want to look at it.
Let me go to where we
We will.
were.
Thank you.
What's the name of this one? Right here. No, I just passed it right here. Because it's a laundry list. Okay, let me see. Whoops. Wait. Okay, so I read the recommendations for a different school, so forgive me. I'm going to go back to the motion.
They were just asking me that question. They
So
said,
sorry.
we're not
You're
doing
right.
that.
So you're listening. You're listening. Okay, good. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong file. Forgive me. So let's go back to the motion and say we need a motion to accept the staff recommendations, and I'll read those here in a second, with the contingencies that were outlined. Do we need to state those again, Jenna?
I think we have them on the record.
Okay. And the staff recommendations, I had to get to those, are to grant the annual license upon the following contingencies being met. One, submission of an updated faculty listing form to include current license information for all instructors. Two, resubmission of the fire inspection report to include all violations cleared. excuse me, submission of a copy of the occupational license. That was number 3. And do we need to keep reading all these? Excuse me. Upon renewal of the annual license, grant approval of the substantive change in purpose and issue a provisional license through September 30, 2023. I'm going to cough. The commission delegates authority to, no, I can skip that.
No, you do, because there's contingencies.
To the executive director to return the institution to an annual license status through September 30, 2023, upon determination that the changes noted above have no negative impact on the institution or the students, and the following contingency being met.
I got it. Submission of outstanding fees in the amount of $1,000, and then 3 contingencies are just listed.
Okay.
And then after that, the executive director can issue the annual license, and grant approval of the business AS, business BS, criminal justice AS, criminal justice BS programs upon return to annual license, and grant approval of 100% online asynchronous delivery to the BA, and BS, criminal justice AS, and criminal justice BS program upon approval of the programs themselves.
Could you repeat that?
I certainly can't. Watch the video.
Is there a motion?
Is there a motion?
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved.
Thank you, the commissioners, and it's a great opportunity of meeting you, of seeing your face. So I've been seeing we've been here several times, meeting the old commissioners. So we thank you for the opportunity, and we thank you for your leadership. And I promise you, Reese College, we do the best we can to make sure we produce the best quality people that will help our community. And all my staff right here, the payroll is getting paid every two weeks. So we're doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So section L and M, there are no actions to be taken, so we'll move to section N, religious colleges. Exemptions, there are 63. Do I have a motion to accept all 63?
So moved.
Second? Oh, wait. Well, wait. So I'm doing these by consent. Okay, all right. So let me back up. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So the motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether they have any items they would like to pull. Yes?
May I ask some clarifying questions before this point? So there are a number of these religious colleges that I cannot find on the IRS website as tax-exempt organizations. There's a subset of those that I wasn't able to find on Sunbiz, either as a company name or as a fictitious name. Any of those conditions for religious school status approval through the affidavit?
Unfortunately, the way the statute's written, neither of that is required.
Not directly, but what can be done is further investigation to see if there's compliance with fair consumer practices. So we can remove them from this agenda and staff can investigate further. Is that accurate?
That is.
If you're ostensibly a nonprofit institution operating without IRS nonprofit status, granted it could be pending, but that is something that we can investigate. That's probably not accurate advertising.
So So articles of incorporation via 501c3 aren't a prerequisite of our sworn
Legislation
affidavits?
does not allow us to require that at this time.
So we're granting approval for what is possibly a non-entity in the legal sense.
Well, I'd like to hope not. I thank you for doing that research and staff would urge the commission to allow us to do more investigation. I know there are some that we already know we need to do further investigation. But what we are recognizing them as an exempt from CIE purview institution as a religious institution.
Right. I guess implicit in my question is that an exempt institution there could be a non-legal entity. If
That it was a sole proprietorship or partnership, a non-registered, in theory, I suppose it could be.
Thank you.
So I'm grasping what you're saying there, Commissioner. You're saying that we're granting an exemption to an institution that is not a legal institution, nonprofit or otherwise, right? Just not incorporated, not.
Right.
Okay.
So can we ask for Commissioner Stefano's, or can Commissioner Stefano provide or pull those schools that he has identified from this list that we can then ask for as a part of the motion for the staff to further investigate?
We can pull them from the agenda and perform further investigation. We cannot require any additional documentation from the entities.
Understood.
So I did this research on a handful, but I needed clarification on some of these more basic questions. So I think that this is a larger kind of inquiry.
Friday.
And certainly we can discuss it today. We can also discuss it further at length Friday as a possibility.
That'd be great. Thank you.
But at this time, we can take action by removing as many, up to all, from receiving their letter of recognition of exemption at this time for further investigation.
So right now, where we are is that I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items that they would like to pull from this section. That's where we are, right? Why don't I start with the staff in this one? Does Ms. Pelton, does the staff have any recommendations to pull any items from this list?
We have a number, but I have not independently done the verification that Dr. Stefano has. But I'm happy to share the ones that staff would like, with the commission's permission, some time to do further investigation. So those are number 7.
Wait, before you go through your list, can I then ask a clarifying question then about process, and maybe Jenna, this is for you too. So if we would then choose, so there's some that the staff has a number that you want us to look to discuss.
I don't think we want to discuss them, actually.
Oh.
I think it's more of we want to, I don't.
Pull them for further investigation.
Are there any religious institutions here today? Yeah, no.
Okay.
So it would be merely pulling them
For
from this
further.
agenda to give us more time to bring them back or not when we have determined that they're in compliance with fair consumer practice.
And so then that that's kind of, I guess, where I was going, is do we then want to instead say we would like that further investigation and clarification done for all of them? Based on some of the
That is an option.
sample of of looking into it that you've done, Commissioner Stefano. Do we want to?
One on this list I have personally visited it and know to be a legitimate institution, so for what it's worth.
I hope that one is in
It's
Boynton
number
Beach.
55.
And so that's the institution that I teach at, and I'm a faculty member of and director of their program, St. Vincent de Paul Regional Seminary, and they are accredited by ATS as well.
So, all right, so I think then we just go through our standard process of how we want to look at items by consent. We have a motion that passed that we are going to take these all by consent except for those that we would want to pull. So now I will go and ask each commissioner if they have any items that they would like to pull. And I will start with you, Commissioner Whitaker.
I mean, I would refer to staff on that.
Okay. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Williams?
I lack the qualifying capacity, I think, so I'm eager for a conversational Friday so I can gain clarity and understand more about what does and does not qualify.
And Commissioner Stefano? Were there any that you wanted to pull?
No, I just found this repeated pattern, and I paused and thought it best to open up this conversation. And so I think pulling a subset of them would be somewhat arbitrary.
Okay.
Given,
Go ahead.
I apologize.
Well, let me just keep going through the process. So I have, I will also defer to staff's recommendations, and now Ms. Pelton, do you have, you had some in a list that I was starting with you, and now I've gone back full circle.
Given the discussion here today and where we are uncertain, as I said, I have personally laid eyes on advertising, the facility, the faculty, the staff, the administration of number 55, which is St. Vincent de Paul Regional Seminary in Boynton Beach. Accepting that one, staff recommendation would be to delay, to pull from this to today's agenda, all of these institutions for further investigation, accepting number 55.
So there is a motion to approve number 55, St. Vincent de Paul Regional Seminary in Boynton Beach. Is there a motion to approve number 55?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And Mr. Commissioner Stefano, does he abstain or no? We don't have to say that. Okay. So that motion passes. And now we will take a motion to pull all of the remaining institutions on this list for further investigation by staff. That's the motion. There's their motion.
Second.
Moved and second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Motion passes. Okay, I think, okay, now we're back on the right list.
I hope the staff doesn't hate me now. I'm gonna have to bring some desserts next time.
This is our job, and we're happy to do it.
Section O, there agent training programs, there are none. Having no other business today, the meeting is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good day.
Advertise.